Alrighty, we're live. All right, welcome back, everyone, to Finding Truth podcast here on Unscripted Truth TV on YouTube. I'm Logan here with my co-host Austin, and today we got a juicy one. Got a few fun topics to cover. I think we're going to kick it off with a little bit of YouTube's favorite conspiracies, our takes on them, what we see in them, what they're all about. Uh, I doubt there's going to be a lot of layman's that view this video at first, so I'm sure everybody comes in with their own knowledge of certain topics we talk about. And if so, please feel free to leave it in the comments or the scrolled email down below. Drop us an email or something, and add to the conversation. I think I do well as talking like a know-it-all, and I don't mean to do that, but I'm welcome to be proven wrong or proven anything. But anyway, we have some pyramid stuff to cover. You got the Stonehenge you wanted to talk about as well. Just some of the wonders of the world. Go over our thoughts and ideas about them, and then I think we're gonna parlay that into a little bit of transhumanism and the way the world's kind of moving. I think that's a good mix too, because just because of how history kind of tells us about the rise and fall of great civilizations. If we're talking about the pyramids, we're talking about Egypt, which is considered one of the greatest civilizations ever, even though we just pretend to know about it. Um, Talk about Rome and everything, and you start to see the way that the societies act right before the fall, so they say. So I think that should be really interesting, and it should all tie together. But without further ado, I'm gonna let my buddy Austin here kick that off. And how you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. Yeah, we'll get into like we're talking kind of like the wonders of the world, um, kind of so to speak. One of the things, when like you think about these things, you wonder like how were they, even really built, or how were they even constructed? Like all the things that went into it. Um, Obviously, well, the biggest or heaviest man-made object in the world, the Great Wall of China, is a very interesting place to start with all of this. When I think about what's really going on, um, how these things are being created. Is it possibly even proof that we are in a simulation, or reincarnation, or something much greater is going on? Um, this is one of those things where it's like you really have to consider a lot of numbers when you look at it. It's supposedly, well, it's 13,000 miles in length. Um, that's how long it is. And so basically the Earth is 24,000 miles around. So basically it's a wall that goes on for over half of the length of the world in total length, which is absolutely astonishing when you think about it. And it apparently it weighs you know over 116 billion pounds, or however much it really weighs. But it's obviously by far the heaviest thing man's ever built in the terrain that it was built in. um, you have to really think about it. Where would you get the materials to even build this thing? And you look at how and there's so much in the bricks and stuff. There's writing and stuff like in the bricks, and um there's so much more to it. It wasn't just we're just building this wall. I mean, they took their time with it. It took supposedly over 2,000 years to build, supposedly. But you have to think about it too. Where, like I said, where do you even get the materials to build this? In what it would take, and to take the time to detail the stones, um take the time to dress it up after all that work and time. And like I said, it's so weird how it's the heaviest man-made object in the world. And it's, like I said, basically it's United States like times four in length. And you think of how long that is, and to think that people made this, and supposedly took the time to construct all this is what really gets me. And it's like you wonder how these things are even happening. It's like, it's so like mind blowing, but it's like, like I said, it's so detailed at the same time, so you can just see, uh, everything that goes into it. And what's interesting, the Great Wall of China equals 74 and 88 if in gematria. Um, and of course, it's in China. China equals 26, 28. It's in Asia, the continent of Asia. Asia equals to 33, 78. Um, so much comes, like we always talk about, from that side of the world. This being one of those things, and there are there's 15 strategic passes from the east to the west. How it's constructed, like I said, it took over 2,000 years to build. Uh, it's not a wall, but it's like a series of, it's like fortresses, and it's made of various materials. So it's made of, it's not all the same thing. It's like a mixture of things. Um, and it's the eastern beginning in the sea, Shanghai Pass, and then the western end in the Gobi Desert, the Jiayu Pass. I know the highest elevation is like up to like 4,000 feet, which is pretty interesting. Um, and the workers, like I said, they left all the marks and the bricks, detailing and everything, taking the time, which is, you know, amazing when you think about how much it took to just make that and get the materials for how it was actually constructed. Um, and it's, of course, it's the greatest Chinese cultural icon. Um, it's one of the wonders of the world. Um, it's such a interesting topic. When you open it up and you really think about it, what really is it? How did it get there? It's like, this is something, that you can look at it from a lot of different angles. And obviously, we don't know what was going on back then, and how these, it's no different than the pyramids and everything else. But with this, it's like, to me, it's just so much time and effort had to go into it. It's such an amazing uh, feat of however it was designed. But to me, just like I said, I don't understand. Like, you think about the materials used to make it and how detailed it is. To me, it's just like, it's just totally mind blowing. It's just on another level. I mean, you have to really consider, like I said, that length. I mean, drive across the United States, it's a long ways. 3,000 miles, and this being 13,000. I mean, that's it. If that's not insanity, I don't know what is. I mean, and that's, like I said, and you have to consider, the time to make that, the people it had to take, the way it had to have been done. We can't possibly fathom it today. And it's like, we couldn't even do this today. And like I said, to get to the positions that you have to go, in the terrain to build it, um, to me, it's just mind blowing on just every level. I mean, um, it's hard to really put into words. What's your opinion on the Great Wall?
Well, my opinion of most things is that the history is cyclical, and it is also told to us through, different medias and different forms, whether it's song, book, written, or in this instance, I think one of the best um, modern representations of what I believe the Great Wall of China was. Now, first of all, before I get into it, what is your impression of China as a whole? Because, as someone from the West or the American, what do we hear about China? Well, do your best three, off the top, or as many as three. Try to keep a small list of like the most poignant things that you would say you've heard about China just living over here. not necessarily like interesting facts or anything, but like just like how it's perceived. That's what I mean to say.
Right. Well, obviously, like I said, everything, here they say is made in China, and they say China's garbage and they're just shit, and America wants to prop ourselves up to be so much better. Um, and it is interesting because you think about it, it's like, and like I said, I've never even left the country, so I don't like claim to know what life is like in other places and stuff. But just hearing like the things of China, it's like it's such an interesting place because it's obviously this is there, and you have the Chinese culture, and you have um, so many things that come from that side of the world. So, but you always hear China, being being like talked down to, and just being like you know America being its own entity, Russia being its own entity. But we all know it's the same show. It's all the
Mhm.
same people running the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of my take on it. Like, it's like, you know, oh, China, it's like the whole COVID, coming out of China with the bats and all that bullshit. It's just another uh
That's a good point.
yeah, place to blame and place to point the finger. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And from stereotypically, what I think, based on what I've heard about China, is they're overpopulated. That they, have, they're like rabbits over there. But they also have um, communist government, communism, evil government since always. And then of course you even get their old dynasty stories, and what do those show? Evil emperors. So it's just always been evil. Always, it's just always been evil. Um, and that they're high polluters. They don't care about the earth. So it's like you get this like really streamlined version of like what it is over there. And I'm sure if you were to go to visit there, you'd probably be blown away, not just from the architecture, but you know, the remaining history that's over there. Because I think on I think China specifically probably has some of the most the oldest remaining historical, like preserved historical buildings and sites like that. I think than anywhere in the world. I'm pretty sure I've seen that somewhere. I could be wrong. I could be some province somewhere else, but I think like on aggregate they have the most. So they've done well to preserve their culture and heritage as well. Not to say that I don't think they've thrown in their own personal takes, like all cultures have done in order to modernize it, and kind of weed out the undesirable information that they don't want the general population to know about, because and stuff like that. But on the what I was going to say is what I view the Great Wall of China as a project. They say it's to keep out the Huns. It's like, okay, how many Huns were there?
Yeah.
50 million? Was the rest of the world Huns? Is that so everybody else was Huns and you're Chinese? That's it. And until I hear that, I'm like, what's the purpose of building a wall across as far as you built it? Um, and have you ever watched animes at all?
No, I've never watched them
Okay,
personally.
good. Don't. But
Yeah.
I was into them for a while, and one of the more popular ones, One Piece. One of the I mean, this show, it's garbage because of what it really is, but the messaging, the things that the gems they put in there about like our world and everything, it's completely undeniable. But they have a bridge called Tequila Wolf, and this bridge is a project started by the royal of the elites of this world, which is like a world that's mostly covered in water because there's obvious signs that they had a flood. And so like 99% of the world, like 95% of this world is underwater, is ocean. So that's what it's all about, pirates and stuff. But where there is land, or even where there isn't land, the as a form of punishment, capital punishment, meaning death penalties, the slaves and criminals who they deem as criminals or just people below them have been sent to work on this bridge that, as far as the people know, it is to bridge these crazy waters that are almost never ending. But what they don't know is that the government has no plans of ever stopping this project, and that it is only there for people who are sent to work there to work their entire life and die building it. And it's never supposed to be finished. The To finish it would be to, okay, well, we're going to need a new thing to kill them now, or to imprison them in. So it's this like unbelievable stretch of built road similar to this, and you read about it, and estimated by some authors, you know there's always the minimizing of thing. It's like, if it's an author that talks about, if it's Neil deGrasse Tyson, every word he speaks is true. He's his author, his authority as an author is bar none. It's the best. But if you're not him, you're just some author. Some authors, they probably don't know what the hell they're talking about. They're just writing books to write them. But yeah, some authors say that hundreds of thousands of workers died in building the wall. And as a volunteer project, is that even possible? Hell no. There's no way these people would have been. And this is going with their version. This is saying that they built the wall. Like,
Yeah.
I don't even know that they actually built this wall, but I'm saying to get a volunteer force to not question. Oh yeah, no, totally. We should definitely have a wall that goes 13,000 miles. It's like, yes, duh, please sign me and my four upcoming generations down for this. Pen us in. We're down for this. Maybe that's why they're having so. That's why they're so overpopulated. Is because there's a huge boom, and we're gonna need, you know, a lot of people to build this wall in the next 2,000 years. And then once it got built, they forgot why they were doing it, and so they just kept having kids. Oops. But no, I see it as a form of capital punishment. If they were to say that this is would have been built by, there's no way you're getting a force of volunteers to do this. We couldn't even get a force of volunteers to build our own infrastructural railways, which I don't even think we did that either. I think that we did copy the ability to make railways, and yes, we used slaves, and yes, we used other things too in order to build the railways, but I don't think we came up with them over here, which is funny too, because according to history, we used a lot of Chinese slaves to build our railroads. So I mean, they're just getting thrown all over the place to build
Yeah.
great things for countries, but now they're just relegated to the crappy toy that the parents hate and have no place for, and it just breaks. Damn Chinese trashy builders! They can't build anything over there. It's like literally they built the biggest things and the best things. But yeah, I would see this as a form of punishment. Um, then you see pictures of it, of course, and you're like, okay, well, damn, these guys were getting punished, and the amount of craftsmanship from these criminals or these
Yeah.
slaves is just like, where did they find all of these incredible craftsmen that were just. I mean, and then how do you continue the trend of craftsmen? 2,000 years?
Yeah.
How do you know that you're going to have workable craftsmen in that kind of frame? And if you're fighting a war, how long do you think the war is going to go? 2,000 years? And also, if you're telling your people that we plan on warring with another nation for 2,000 years, how was there not a revolt? Who would say, "Yeah, we should be warring with other nations for 2,000 years"? It's just like the the way they paint, like, man, the common man, the actual civilian in these stories is like they were always we realize the illusion of choice. We don't really have a choice in these things. That wars, we're not truly flying the drones and the Black Hawks over and dropping nukes, that it's not truly the civilians, and that if you were really to poll the whole world and have it be a neutral poll of the world of how many people think that we should be killing anyone, let alone thousands of other people over these supposed disputes and land disputes and war, I guarantee you that number would be so low, and it would immediately expose this whole idea that we're okaying things as nations. And but that's how these lines, it's, as a Chinese person, I guarantee you they have such a sense of pride in this that now it's become, it brings out the nationalism in them, because it's just how those types of things work. It's like a sports game. It's like when your team wins, you get this, like, you get a sense of you're not on the team, dude, but you feel like it, just because that's just how, that's what it's there to do. So I think it brought out a lot of nationalism with the people who live, in China, and who've inhabited since then. But once again, this is another instance of impossible to trace records of the building of this, when it should have definitely, like, been minutely, paid attention to, and not minutely, but like every inch of it should have been a big deal for this type of scale of a project. Yet, what we actually truly know about it is just so vague, and doesn't even make sense for people who were fighting with swords mostly in feudal times to need this.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that. Where would you get all that material in those in to do it in an area like that? I mean, the impossible terrain, and then it's like, and you have to get all that material and do all that. Where would you possibly find all that? Where would that even come from? Literally, everything about it is literally impossible to the highest degree.
And yeah, if you do, I'm not a hater of human ingenuity either. I'm not going to sit here and say giants built everything, and we couldn't do things like this. I'm not saying that's impossible at all. I tend to believe that a different society of humans did these things, that had technology that we don't, we don't use today, that's still available to be used, but we don't know about it, and it's not in our repertoire to use those things anymore, because it's been lost to us. And then, we've been so dumbed down to even think that we deserve certain things, where it comes down to, I think it's like a fine balance. Whereas former humans used to have equal levels, like appreciation and hard work, and also like ease. And it was like a balance. It's like they had to work hard, but they also had things that made it easier to do such. But there was always an appreciation there. It wasn't ever like, let's just keep making things that make things easier, because they realized that just having everything be easy would make a terrible human. So they didn't do that, like, on purpose. But there are certain things that, made impossible tasks possible, but not just like a butter dispenser popping out of your recliner. We don't need to go that far. There doesn't need to be a little butter dispenser for your popcorn built into your recliner. We don't need that. We don't need, couches that have little spots for like a cooler in the middle, and cup holders. It's like, if you can't get up and grab a drink, don't sit down.
Yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, it's like I said, we were talking about China too, and how this is there, and how crazy this is. Like, to me, this is like, it's right up there with the pyramids, and kind of the same way, and kind of different reasons. Another thing in China too, and like I said, it's up for debate how, like we said, how this really was built and made. It's beyond what we know and have ideas of. We don't, like we said, we don't understand what that was, how that happened. But um, another thing in China is the Three Georges Dam. Um, it's actually the second heaviest object made by man.
What was it
Uh,
called again?
the Three Georges Dam.
Yeah, dams are crazy.
Yeah, it weighs 20 billion pounds, and it's 42 billion tons of water. It's in northern China. It's like not far from the Great Wall of China, I think.
My word. Yeah, that's a big boy.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully they're not just compensating over there. Let's check.
Yeah. It's weird too. The Three Georges Dam in gematria, if you write out Three Georges Dam, it equals 47, 49, 92, 157. If you write it out, either way, if you write it three, as you write it, the word Three Georges Dam, it's 73, 71, 233, 145. But if you go use the number three, it's 47.
I see that. And this is the largest dam in the world?
Yeah, it's the second heaviest object in the world in terms of weight. It's the second heaviest behind the Great Wall of China, and they're both in China.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's.
And I guess it was built. It was being built in like 1994 in December, and I think it opened. I think it said in 2003.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah. Very recent. I mean, 203 billion is nothing. We've sent that to Ukraine for just to get updates on our phone about what's going on over there. So, damn, we could have had a damn.
yeah.
Not much else you could say. It's just damn.
It's weird too. It holds 42 billion tons of water. 42, like Austin, like Jesuit. It's weird. They started building it when I was in the womb. It's interesting.
Yangtze River. Got the 71 like the Three Gorges Dam. And I wonder what. Let's see if I can find like. Just say what. 22 gigawatts. I can go back in time over there. Hmm. Wow. So it's something that they planned to do since 1939. So just before World War One. Or no, wait, is that during World War One? When did World War One start? I think it ended in 41. Or am I tripping on that? My dates might be terrible.
I thought it started around like 39 or something.
Oh, I'm thinking World War Two, first of all.
Yeah.
No, it started
Yeah.
in 39. So this
Yeah.
is on the onset of World War Two. They're like, hey, we should build a big ass dam. I guess they weren't technically involved in it. Some 54 Chinese engineers.
I think go figure.
Wait, I was wondering though too. Is this so? This isn't a shipping lane at all? It'd be interesting to Google Earth it. All right, see what it looks like from Google Earth. Oh dear God, I don't care. What I've never seen this before. There it is. Exactly what it looks like. Stop it. Not very good at this.
Yeah, I know they can. I know they say you can see the Great Wall of China on there too.
Yeah. Should be. I guess I could just type it in, huh? Yeah, it's pretty far. Oh, I see. Okay, so they made an inlet over here. A channel. Yeah, it must have been quite the project.
It looks like a big bridge.
Dams are. I've done a lot of Google Earth checking out. Not as much in. Actually, I did look at the Great Wall of China. This was in researching something else I was into. Let's see. Great Wall Supermarket. My family has been running the Great Wall since the Ming Dynasty. The Great Wall? Yeah, the Great Wall Supermarket. Wait, oh, never mind. Okay, here we go. Is this where travel area? So where the hell is it? Is that it? Yeah. At least I think. It's a Great Wall travel area. So you think it'd be right here. Definitely looked it up before, and I don't remember what I did to look it up. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Okay.
There it is.
Yeah. So now we should be able to follow it. They're just like, no, 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 not that way, not that way. Go back, go back, go back. They say the ends of it, a lot of the ends of it are actually destroyed, and the Earth has reclaimed them. And then you look at the pictures they show us were from 100 years ago. I'll go back to these pictures, but I like that one picture it showed. Like 1907. Look at that perfect brickwork.
Yeah,
It's still perfect. It's 100% perfect. What are we talking about here? What part would have been destroyed if this is if this can withstand the wind? First of all, they say wind is the most erosive force, and that or I guess running water and wind. But yeah, it's you build up on these huge mountaintops and hilltops, and it still looks like that to this day. Where's the erosion? Where's where's this everywhere?
like I
I
said, you
mean,
can
this
still see the writing in the bricks in the stone too. You can still
Mhm.
make that out. So it's all still there.
Go back to some of those better pictures. I mean, and here you can see, it's built by some different things, and that makes enough sense. It also it also kind of rings like a survey. Have you heard about the geological survey? still going on. I think it's not set to end until quite a ways from now, but I don't know if you've noticed any like weird planes flying over constantly at night, like low flying planes.
Yeah, I
Well,
can't say I've noticed anything lately, but wouldn't be surprised.
well, to my point, the U.S. Geological Survey had done a, I don't know, I think the what put it in the people's frame of thought is what happened in North Carolina is they were, continuing a long survey that, to look for more quartz and some other material as well. And their survey had just ended right before,
Hmm.
the hurricane and the flooding. What do you know? But yeah, I mean, Oregon's is going on right now. I see the planes all the time. I've been talking about them for a while about like, what are these planes doing? Why are they flying over at night and who's allowing them to? Like, this is weird. People live under here. It's like, why are the planes just allowed to like just fly over all night long, just doing circles? And that's because they have these little probes on them, and they're able to, see under certain depths to get a certain reading to see what kind of minerals are underneath our feet because we don't own anything underneath of us, above us, or even right in front of us. I mean, I think we're going to get into more of that here soon. But yeah, you can see, you can see the difference. I mean, just the, I mean, I implore anybody to just for a second, just, slow down, slow your breathing, close your eyes, and just, if you were a leader or imagine you were living in these times, what would this scene look like? Would this be possible? Let's say it's possible, but then I want to know how you would go about making something like this possible. Keep in mind these are up on mountaintops and hills, and what we're told is no vehicles for sure. Donkeys, horses, best you got. Um, are we to believe they built roads for every mile stretch of wall that they did for 13,000 miles? I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
Why not just build a road at that point? What are you doing
Right.
with this thing? You could have built a road around the world. So, I mean, look at why so precise?
Yeah.
Who are the overseers of this? For this to be built, if it's like what I'm assuming is under some sort of slave labor, there's no way that you're getting volunteers to do this much wall. It's like, what are you paying them in
Yeah.
in the milk, like the ambrosia of the gods or something? What could anyone take as payment to do this, but then also do it so well? Like,
Yep.
why do they just keep doing it so well? Why is it so money? I mean, just look at this scene. This is not even like look at this. How do you, hey, you know what? We should stop doing this like technically easier stuff that's already breaking our backs. Let's also build little mini temples every once in a while. Like, come on, guys. We still got some in the tank. Don't worry. The next 40 miles are going to be for our son to do. We gotta, give him a head start. His son's going to do my grandson's going to do 80 miles from here. And what a weird thought.
Yeah, like I said, where would you possibly get the materials for all that? I mean, and to get it out there and to establish that, to put that together. I mean, the distance is just mind blowing when you think about it. I mean, you go across the country 3,000 miles, that's a lot, but then do that four times, go back and forth and back and forth. You know what I mean? Like over halfway around the world. Like it's just all that's just completely unfathomable.
I mean, and something of note is that a lot of this is brick. I mean, do I don't know. I honestly don't know enough. But is there a written record, and do the kilns still exist? Is that like a part of the story? Like, because there's a lot of that in American history. These sites that are just called kilns and certain things like that, like ancient kilns. Do you know, like for firing bricks and certain things like
Yeah.
that? How many bricks this would have taken?
Yep.
So you also have to have clay deposits, clay and uh, kaolin, uh, dirt, and all those massive, massive quantities of it, insane quantities. I mean, because I can see there's quarried stone involved, yes, which is still also like, let's get to the quarried stone as well. Like that is crazy. You have those kind of operations to where, okay, so you also have you have a ginormous force of people that are expert masonry and quarrying, and back in the insane times where it was horse drawn, before the advent of like gunpowder, and or so we say, so they say, and so there's not even like easy ways to do these things. Not to say that I don't think ancient civilizations could have had good ways to quarry stone. That's not I. It's not so much the method as it is the amount that baffles me. I don't think that humans couldn't quarry nice square stones. I think the idea of masonry is very old, and I think it was to a previous generation, race, not race, but a previous sect of humanity that were on average, a lot of people knew geometry, sacred geometry, whatever you want to call it, to where it was just more common. It wasn't some like magical thought. And that's why when you get movies that like talk about like these fantasy times, it's always magical. Because like if we were to go back to that time, it would seem like we were living in a magical place. Because people are able to do things with seemingly nothing that we can't even do today with seemingly everything. So I'm not trying to discount the human ingenuity of even like ancient civilizations of our timeline able to quarry nice stones, but how so many? And how over such great distances that you're setting up quarries over 13,000 miles? How many quarries did you make? Is that documented? Do we know each quarry along the way? You'd think it would be known. It's like, why wouldn't it be known? There's certain things that it's just like, if you're in the process of building this massive undertaking, that it was like the Shang Chun quarry is going to be famous. It's not just going to get like filled in with dirt later on or just covered up by the earth. It's going to always be that quarry that helped build that stretch of the wall, and the road that was built for moving the material up to each section of the wall would be like famous in its own way because it leads up to the Great Wall. But like, where are all these roads that are they were just literally slumming it to make the most perfect thing?
Yeah, and it's like I said, it's up for debate. What even really is building it? We can assume people are helping, working on it, or the ones making this happen. But how is it really happening? This is the part that really blows my mind. And it's like I was saying, is it proof that we're maybe in the simulation, or that reincarnation, that there's something way more powerful going on here? And it's like, and you have to think about too. Like I said, the fact, like I said, it took thousands of years. So it's like, you know, they say it took like, well, 500,000 people and all this and all that. But you have to think about it too. It's like, well, how would that have really looked if this is true? If what they're telling you is true, how would that really have looked? You had like millions of people working on this for thousands of years. Like, how does that really take place? I mean, you're in the middle of nowhere. You're on these mountaintops. These rough terrains. There's all this material that you'd need. You'd have to get it there, find it. You'd have to have such a working system. You couldn't fathom how many people that would take, in the weight of all that, and how perfectly it's designed. It's just it's too much. It's way too much, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, just the sheer amount of resources is, almost unimaginable. And, in my research, I've come across all sorts of different theories on how the builders of this realm did what they did, and how, what they used and how they did it. And, I've come to settle on a few different, ideas. And one of those being that resources, uh, there was a knowledge of how to get pretty much anything with anything. You can kind of think of it as alchemy a little bit, because I think a lot of it's based in alchemy, how this kind of came about. But let me put it this way: it's like dirt. There's all sorts of different dirt across the world, but there's key elements in the dirt of like all dirts. Pretty much, you're gonna find some levels of like sulfur or nitrates or something like that. And if you know what you're looking for, or say you're in near a desert or near like an ocean or something like that, you're going to find a lot of silicates. You're going to find silica oxide. You're going to find sand and stuff like that. And so I think that there was this knowledge of what worked with what that we don't have anymore. And for them to say that they were setting up, quarries along mountainside, so it's like you have the manpower to not only build quarries as you go, which is that I'm sorry, is this like just some easy thing here? Here's
Yeah.
4,000 pickaxes. Go keep working on the walls. What do you mean you can't make it over the mountain because you ran out of stuff? Go get more right now. Here's some pickaxes and make perfect bricks out of them and make perfect stones now. So I think the people, the actual builders of the wall, in my opinion, you see this kind of thing everywhere. I mean, I don't know if you were like, I pay close attention to it when I was looking at it, and the brickwork is obviously amazing, and
Yeah.
it's beautiful, but the underwork is almost more impeccable. The
Yeah.
large quarried stones and how they're fitted, and there's I have I tend to believe like a lot of these were cast on site, that they weren't having to travel hundreds of miles from the quarry, or tens of miles with if you have to travel any amounts of miles from the quarry, because eventually you make a quarry, right? And then you're doing a stretch of wall, and during part of the stretch of the wall you're at the closest to the quarry. But the more you build that wall out, you're making longer and longer and longer trips. This just becomes like such an impossible idea. It wouldn't take, so it's 13,000 miles. How many miles in between the last quarry are you going to say, okay, we need to make a new one now?
Yeah.
Is there like, are we talking about are there like 8,000 quarries or more? Because like, how many miles would it take before you're like, I'm not going back 5 miles again? Like, what are you talking about? Did you not just like realize we almost died just walking here? Well, I'm not going back to that quarry.
You couldn't even work in those angles and those positions on those mountaintops. You couldn't. You'd had millions of people up there on that mountaintop moving around doing stuff. You couldn't even do that. Where were they? There's no room. You couldn't. It's impossible.
I just need to see some sort of depiction of it happening so I can understand exactly how crazy they expect us to believe these things go. Because I also, do they have like historical evidence of how long it took, like per foot? There should be a mathematical equation
Right.
for like how efficient was the building of this. First of all, you would almost imagine that that would be a key component of it. Like that would be what they'd want to know about it. Yes, they want the wall as well, but then they'd also want to know how long would it actually take. We're going to need generations after I'm long dead to keep calculating this until it's done. And then we'll know how, like, you'd be able to quantify, when certain technology gets better, you're going to be able to see that jump at the timeline. It's like from 1440 to 1480, they realized they could get the stone this way, and so it's like they were able to build 2 miles more per week. You know what I mean? Something like that, something quantifiable. But where is that even available to us? Is do I go on and I look up the Great Wall, and you get these, you basically are you might as well just watch uh Mulan. You might as well just watch Mulan and say, "Oh, I know all about China." I know,
Yeah.
I get it. It's like, no, dude, that's not how things work. And you get it's just as crazy of an idea from Mongolia, who they say they were trying to block out, is that the Hun bloodline is literally almost everybody in Mongolia today is a descendant of basically one guy, because he just had a harem of thousands of females and was conquering at the same time. He's like a lot like Elon Musk. I see a
Yeah.
lot of Elon Musk in Attila the Hun. Just he could jump a little higher than Elon Musk, but other than that, it's pretty similar.
Yeah, he definitely must have had the neural lace to build that Neuralink.
He's like, well, why do you keep doing that, sir? Don't worry about it. Googling.
I'll piece this wall together with my mind.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I mean, that's the other funny part of it too. It's like, okay, we're building walls on the mountaintops. Like, think about efficiency's sake. If you can't win against an army that has to climb a mountain to get to you, you can't just stand on the other side of the mountain and kill them. And if they're if it's like, it's such an odd thing. If they were willing to climb that mountain, why wouldn't they be willing to climb the wall you built on top of the mountain? It's not
Yeah,
that much further.
it doesn't make any sense. I mean,
Oh my gosh. And what are you going to man the entire wall? Are you going to have it be a military manned structure? How are you going to know if they're attacking the middle of the wall where nobody is? They could just take it apart. It's not
yeah,
like masonry is steel that they just can't. You could literally grab pickaxes. The same thing they use to like harvest the stone is the same tool that can break it. It's not, or maybe he just has a Nazi vibration machine that can like take apart the stone and just move it with resonant frequencies, and that would suck to like build all that wall, and then he just like all of a sudden you just see the wall just and he's just on the other side with a neural link. Like, oh snap, we tried. But I mean, there's just so many discrepancies, and this might sound childish in like how we're going about this because it is funny. It's like the joke is the history. The history is the
yeah,
joke. So if you can't laugh at it, then you all first, A, you don't get the joke. And B, you need to be able to get these jokes because they're jokes. They're not, it's not reality. If you're going at your, to meet your family at this Thanksgiving to celebrate the fake history of Thanksgiving in America, then to also it's say, oh, I learned so much about the Great Wall of China and how it was built, and tell everybody else how it was built according to you and these stupid narratives. It's, you need to wake up from that too. Like that's, you're so lost behind these narratives that it's only going to get harder and harder and harder before you know it. It's just like these are the sheep that there's no helping. It's like even the farmer has to cull some of the flock. Not
yeah.
not That's not what I'm suggesting. That sounds terrible. I'm just saying, like, as far as like comparing them to sheep, it's you can't take any more time on them. You can't expend energy on them. And it's a sad thought to me because, if I had it my way, I would, have a meeting with every single person in the world until I died, and and do my best to convince them, and hopefully, not convince them to where they think the same way as me, but just to, get them to understand that these systems and these stories are just that, they're stories. And once they see that, no, there's no way that so many things that happen naturally in history would be so damn funny. Like they're actually just funny, let alone ridiculous. But I guess a lot of times the funniness is in the ridiculousness of it because you get to picture it because it never happened. So all you have is you're basically making history in your mind. That's what it is. It's a it's like they allow you to fill in so many of the blanks to where I think a lot of people convince themselves of the history that they don't even have to know a particular history, that they'll fill it in. They'll fill in the blanks and they'll believe it. And it's at that point, good luck. They not only believe the story, but they believe themselves who believes the story, like subconsciously. Good luck convincing them, anyone of anything at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and this is like I said, it's like the perfect thing to point out and talk about because it's kind of like the mother of all conspiracies. It's like what it's just the most ridiculous things, and and you're exactly right. This is it just plays into everything else and everything we have today, and it's like it's just so it's out of this world, and it's just all left for interpretation. Like we always say, it's like nothing is what we're being told. Nothing is what we say it is. And it's it's just like I said, it's all these monuments we have. The pyramids, especially Egypt as well. That's such a huge kind of connection because it's the Great Pyramid of Giza is the third heaviest you know built structure, um, weighing 12 billion pounds. And each stone, of course, weighing 5,000 pounds of stone. Um, 5,000 pounds of stone, and there being I think over like 2.3 million stones or more to make up just this pyramid. Um, Again, it's the same thing with the Great Wall. Again, it's just impossible because you have everything that goes into it. Um, and of course, there's 201 remaining layers of stone on the Great Pyramid, and it's 450 feet tall. So you have the 45. It's 750 feet at the base, and it's just it's so it's just like the pyramids and how many of them there are, and again, how ridiculous. You know, you'd have to find millions of uh, stones that weigh 5,000 pounds out in the middle of the desert, um, and construct it perfectly, and be able to have it line up perfectly with constellations and the so-called stars and everything, and just to have to align that perfectly, you know, with these stones and all this. Again, the work that they put into it. Again, it's just like the pyramids. It's got the writing in there. All the Egyptian writing, and then you have the tunnel ways inside the pyramids. That so it's like makes it interesting. It's like, well, because how would you even got in there to make these tunnels, and how did you design it from the inside out that way? And there's a lot to it. It's just like the Great Wall. There's it's kind of 50-50 is what's more amazing to me, but to me it's the same exact thing again. And it's just that it's a pyramid and not a a Great Wall. But um you know it's interesting, because well, Giza equals 43, 25, 65, and 20. Of course, pyramid equals 86,
Hmm.
41, 103, and 40. Egypt, 73, 28, 62, and 17. So it's interesting numbers. Great Pyramid equals 65, just like Giza does. Great Pyramid of Giza, of course, equals 201 and 102, and of
Hmm.
course, it's got the 201 remaining layers of stone on it. Um, there's also there's the Great Sphinx of Giza too, that equals 83, 97. Um,
It's called
great,
the Great
the great,
Sphinx.
yeah, of Giza. It's got, and then if you write out Great Sphinx too, it equals 60 and 57.
I'm spelling something wrong. Is it I?
It's really hard to spell. It's like
I got
SPHINX.
it.
Yeah, it's really hard to like one of those words. It's like, huh, how do you spell that?
Just think
I thought,
sphincter, and then you get it. Because
yeah, I have to double check that one.
this ass.
But Sphinx equals 90, 36, 72, and 27. Um, if you write out the Sphinx, it equals 123. It's just a conspiracy.
And 51 like conspiracy, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Well, what do you know?
Yep. Of course, it's in Africa too. Africa equals 38, 29. It's got some interesting numbers. It's like the Sphinx equals 39. It's there's so many things in Egypt. I mean, Egypt's such an interesting place, and again, it's the same exact thing. Where we're asking the same questions. How are these things being built? How are they being made? Where does this stuff come from? Because, like I said, that it's the same thing again. Impossible. You know, this is the stones. Each stone is a lot heavier, so um, it's this is more of like, and then this is this being just out in a desert again. It's like being out on mountaintops, desert. These aren't easy places to build anything and get stuff built like that. And then to have the things like I said, millions and millions of stones to build all those things. So you have billions and billions of pounds of stones sitting in Egypt. When you add up all the weight to all that, and then to construct all of it and put it together, and um, like I said, to even do it from the inside, because you could say, oh, giants, but then, how do you, well, if they're giants, then it doesn't explain the tunnel ways and all the things on the inside, and, all that from the inside. Giants possibly could have helped, but again, you're wondering the same exact thing again. How is this really coming together? You're kind of left with the same, interpretations where you just, you know, again, they're going to tell you slaves, and, what part were the slaves really doing? What were people really doing? Um, Again, in the construction of all this, that's what I'm thinking again here. Um,
What I mentioned a little bit earlier before is my belief on, you know, the most logical way that they were able to do this. And, they'll give you their explanation that they built sloping ramps as they built
yeah,
this, and they were able to slow, all the way to the top. And it was like a top down situation, or I don't think it was top down situation, but they were, built the ramps up as they go.
yeah,
And I will say that is kind of interesting though, because that's how they say they built Tower of Babel as well, which, if real, they say would have, they would have put this to shame. It would have put a Great Pyramid to shame from what the representations that they've spoken about of the Tower of Babel. It was like at its base a lot larger, and you know to enable to support all reaching up to the clouds and stuff. Anyway, they say they built that in a spiral fashion as well, and this we'll get into that later. But you mentioned they're in a great desert, and a lot of people would say that it's not. A lot of people would say it's a pretty well known that this used to be aquatic, an ocean. That this desert used to be an ocean, or at least that's what they say. I'm not saying it 100% was, but they used to call it like North Africa, the Sahara Ocean as well, not the Sahara Desert. And on old maps, it was shown being an ocean, and Plato and other philosophers have talked about it being an ocean that dried up all at once, basically because of a cataclysm. But what I was talking about earlier, I believe these stones were cast on site. That they were not moving these stones like they tell us. Oh, ancient aliens. Oh, all I got to do is not do my hair for a week, and just let it get greasy, and then I'll go talk on ancient aliens. That guy. I think we all know that dude. Who let's just I can't remember his name. I bet there's a reason he is the host of this. Giorgio Sukala. This guy. Let's just let the grease flow, and just like don't do your. First of all, memes are curated, people. Memes are not natural things. Nobody is making a popular meme that gets out into the world. These things are to affect our minds, and repetitiously keep us all in the same wave pattern. Yes, some are funny. Yes, they're meant to be funny. That's how they stick. But this guy was always made to be a meme. You think that when he goes underground to go home, that he acts like this? He does not act like this. He acts like this for you, you dummy, because you will have an idea about him. You'll either think he's stupid, or he knows what he's talking about, or somewhere in between. Either way, you're thinking of him as a real person. He's not this person. It's just this very strange thing that they like to do with these characters. But you got this guy as the foremost authority. You got Neil deGrasse Tyson as the foremost authority of space. You got Bill Nye as the foremost authority on the shape of the earth. It's like, what are we talking about? All Bill Nye ever did for me was show me how to like tip up a bin of water and make it, levitate basically if you put a piece of paper on it. I was like, yeah, that's cool. But why are you now judging me and telling me he's like he's been a big cusser. That's another thing they love to do. This guy doesn't cuss. He's never been anything to kids, but they keep him nice and clean. Oh, but Bill Nye, who made a name for himself at teaching kids, he's just now going to come out and F this, F that. You're all idiots. That's who his persona is now. There's an obvious reason they do this. Um, but yeah, to my point, get a little bit off topic, but yeah, I do believe that these were cast, that the surrounding area is silica oxides, and they're able to make this is all limestone. They say they're built out of limestone.
Yep.
Well, it's common. It's common practice that limestone can be made, that it is a cast. They make it like it's wet. Like they have a wet thing. It's like cement. They can do it just like cement. There's a limestone powders, and you add a glue and you add a binder and you cast it in a box or whatever you're trying to make it in, and you can cast limestone. I think that that's what they were doing then. And all these obscure, insane things. It's like, oh yeah, they were building ramps that were also like, it's like, okay, so why did, and if you had ramps, bro, you might as well have kept the ramps. These things would have been a part of the genius of the design. Yet it's just so stupid what they'd rather us believe. No, they use these rolling trebuchet things that were able, and then they had like an ox, and the ox were magnetic, and they would be able to levitate the stones, and then they'd have 80 slaves pull one side and 140, and that ratio worked perfectly to get up the ramp's 30-degree slope. And then, bitch, they cast the stones. That's it. You don't have to keep talking. They cast the stones, and yes, it would have taken a long time, one after another, but this whole building, I believe, is cast. I don't think all of it is placed stones, that this is a facade. This is how things were built back in the day. Just like a lot of different things, a lot of different buildings, especially with limestone and sandstone.
Yep.
And why I mentioned it being a former ocean is because they like to say that sandstone is, you all over the place. You go to, have you ever, I don't know if you ever looked up Malta, the island of Malta, where the Knights of Malta are from, very prominent organization to this day, and the goings on of national security and intelligence and all that kind of stuff. They are not disbanded. History is a lie. But yeah, that whole island is a huge star fort on next to another star fort next to another star fort built out of sandstone, or yeah, sandstone. And what they say is the primary makeup of sandstone is um, the pressure of being under an ocean creates immense pressure. And after millions of years, they say all the, the shells and the dead bones and all the things, they settle to the bottom. And millions of years after millions of years of pressure there, you make it into sandstone. And that's why you're able to find some fossil records in the sandstone and stuff like that. But you look at these places, and why they'll say, oh, this isn't sandstone, there's no shells in it. It's because they just took the alchemy. They're alchemists. They knew they're not going to add actual seashells and wait a million years for them to turn into dust, you idiot. They ground up the seashells, they ground up the sand, they ground the seashells. In them saying seashells, all they're saying is calcium. People need to realize that there's like an old way of thinking was not the English language. It does a real good job of allowing you to have everything. Everything has a descriptor, but back in the day, not everything needed a descriptor. So it's like not everybody was talking about like a specific type of seashell. There was no need for that to have like such an obscure word that you needed to know. It's like a seashell. If you're talking about seashells, you're either talking about its use as calcium or the animal that lives inside of it. There's, there was those two ideas, and I'm simplifying these things, and I'm just using this as a point of reference because that's why all the ancient languages are literally a small alphabet, and you see such repetitious like hieroglyphics, if you will, is because there was no need. The inference is there, just like today, even like Spanish. It's so much more simple than English. It's insanely more simple. It's not like they can't say descriptive words and they can't explain what things are. It's just that there's not a need to as much as we give a need to. And I know this is a long-winded way of saying this, but the former way of thinking of this different people, I believe, is that seashells in the common practice of them was to they're calcium. You understand the makeup of a seashell more than you need to know anything else about it. Whereas we think of a seashell and we're like, oh, pretty shape. Oh, that looks like the gas company. Oh, pearl. But no, they are understood it's calcium. If you add calcium to this mix, you're going to get this intensely strong and easy to manipulate substance. And that's why I think they give you the key words of like, oh, it's the seabed after millions of years, and the only way to get these blocks, they had to quarry them out. It's like, no, you could have scooped up the sand, put it through a sieve, got the perfect fine sand. That's quartz silicates, which is by itself is an insane binder. If you were able to like melt that down, quartz is insane. Quartz is one of the most malleable. That's why Asheville is getting flooded, and those quartz mines are only going to be bigger by the time they rebuild that town. And I bet you're going to get the backing of the citizenry, because you're going to get it to where it's like the mines or the mining thing, the government mining projects are going to be the things that rejuvenate the economy of Asheville. So they'll be all like, oh yeah, they opened up 50,000 jobs in order to have 3 more quarries, and now we're able to get back on our feet. Thanks, Black Rock Mining. Like, oh my god, whatever. But it's quartz is an insane substance. There's actually an old story of, I don't know if you ever heard. Did you know that geodes, that when you crack them open, almost every single time they have liquid in them. Like
Yeah.
the geodes, they'll crack open and there's like a cool crystal in there. Well, almost
Oh
every
yeah.
single time there's liquid in there, and it's not water. There's an old story, and I could pull it up right now, but I'm just gonna breeze over it. Maybe some other time. Of a woman who married this like eccentric millionaire guy way back in the day. Maybe he wasn't a millionaire. I think he was though. Even in the olden times, it wasn't like super old. Like there was print and newspapers and all that stuff. But she married this guy, and he had a geode collection, and he went out one night, and she had just gotten married. It was like the day after they got married or that week. And she wanted to have all her girlfriends over because she hadn't been able to see him for a while, because it was like somewhat of an arranged marriage type of thing. And they convinced her to crack a geode open, and she cracked it open, and they saw that there was liquid in it. And so she drank it, and she was petrified within hours, completely solid, because the quartz, it's a crystal. When it combined with oxygen and maybe iron in her blood, and or the water and the chemistry in her body, it exponentially got crystallized, larger, and expanded, and she was turned to stone basically. And that, just knowing that story, you start to think about a lot of different stories of things like that, where you're like, oh, so there's a logical explanation. It's not just a magical thing. But just imagine if you had quartz powder, or like this fine type of thing, or maybe, and you were able to inject it into a human, or get them to like breathe it in or something like that, and then they turn to stone. According to everybody else who doesn't understand what the hell's going on, they turn to stone. So you're a magician, you're a god, and you're able to turn people to stone. So it's just like that's what I kind of mean by like alchemists and chemistry. And if you do any research into like even more modern alchemy, like John Dee, or think you think of John D. Rockefeller. Well, he's kind of named after a court wizard of the monarchy back in the day, named John Dee, who used to do insane experiments for the crown. Anyway, this is getting off topic. I believe that they were cast, and not quarried. Maybe some stones were quarried, but that's just my belief, is that they cast all of this stuff. I think the Sphinx was cast in layers, not carved.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Same thing with the Great Wall of China, because it's too ridiculous. I mean, And there's other theories too. It's like, did they, make the stuff just, levitate everything and make it just float to where, just
Mhm.
was it just magic? Was it, I think magic and, possibly like levitation or making the stuff just, do it with your mind or something like that. It's probably how this stuff has gone down, um, or at least theories of it. Like I said, there's so many pyramids there, and there's so many pyramids all over the world. I mean, it's not just Egypt; it's they're
Mhm.
everywhere. They're all over the world, and they're in Antarctica, and the biggest ones are in Antarctica, and there's nowhere you can escape the pyramids. So there's a reason these things are everywhere.
I mean, and then, there's it's like, what are the odds that, the largest pyramids in our known to us are in such desolate environments?
Right.
Is there any, why? And then, you start to look into fallout and certain weaponry and certain cataclysms that could cause, the changing of the, the localized stratosphere, or not that I believe in like space to in that aspect, but like um how the environment, reacts to, a major shift in environment, just as like how things are. So it's like you suck all the moisture out of a rainforest. What happens? What does it turn into? As far as we don't really know, we aren't able to look at that in like real time. Well, maybe we are, but it's it's too slow for our minds. In 1,000 years, when they see when they see what we've done to the Amazon, they'll be able to say this is what happens to a rainforest when you suck all the moisture out and log it and dam it up and change the ecosystem. The ecosystem is the word I was looking for. Um, but when I think of places like Arizona and of course they got we have the I almost want to throw that in to the mix is damn it, why am I blanking on what that thing is called? The big ass gorge or whatever.
Or the dam, the three
No, not the dam. I'm saying
oh,
the in America, the what the hell? Why do I blank on things that are so obvious? How do I even look this up? Apparently they got pyramids. What where is this? The Grand Canyon. Jesus.
oh yeah.
Yeah, the Grand Canyon. I would throw that into potential. It's a wonder of the world, but I don't think it's natural in the way that we're told. I don't believe the history of the Grand Canyon for a second, for not even a millisecond, that it was literally from small, large river turning into a small river, turning into and just eroding away over millions of years. And like we're the only ones that have been able to enjoy it, really. Nobody's ever, only a few hokey little Native American groups have like lived in it or around it. That's all it is. That's all it's ever been. Nobody's ever trying to take advantage of this insane feature of the landscape. Nobody has. Screw it. Just a big scar on the land that just happened. Well, where else did it happen? Where else is there why are there not more Grand Canyons? Why here? Because the Colorado River is just so insane? No, it's not. It's on the I mean, it's a tributary to the Grand River, the Mississippi. That's the big river. That's the one that I could see could do some damage. But where are all the Grand Canyons along the Mississippi? There aren't any. So how does this happen? We're just supposed to believe this happened one time here, and that that's just a cool feature. So I have a hard time believing that. But I mean, and you get this stretch of desolate, nothing but ice and snow. You get the pyramids in Egypt, nothing but doesn't rain. All their biblical stories is it's almost like a cursed land because of their ungodliness in the Bible. The whole Moses story and the Exodus, of course, the plagues that were set upon Egypt, and it, the stories that were given. It's almost like it's just subconscious training for us to have an idea. Like I think I spoke on this a little while ago about how it's when you have a subconscious idea, even if you don't like think about it all of the time, just the fact that it's already in your head and you don't know about it, but it's already in your head. So if you had two people come up to you, one person espousing the idea and me telling you no, that's not right. You're going to believe the guy who's espousing the idea because you think you already have an attachment to it because it's subconsciously in your head. And I think that's what a lot of this subconscious programming has to do, whether it's predictive programming or all these things. It's like, look how many people get so up in arms about 9/11. On average, how many people have been affected by it other than, like the ripple effect of, the bills and laws and the war that happened. Never mind that, but I'm saying the actual event. It's such a
Right.
minute number of people, yet the amount of people who will act like you have committed an act of terrorism for even mentioning it or trying to make a joke or making any kind of light of it or even wanting to talk about it as if it's some taboo subject. Why do they have that sentiment? It's because they have this like subconscious thought that's been put in their head by the news and all these talking heads, that when you present an alternative thought, you're automatically rejected. Just like if you try to tell your friends about, an alternative theory about our history, they just remember their slave school telling them, no, I didn't pay much attention, but I didn't realize I knew so much about our history. But every time you tell me about something, I know it's wrong. It's like, huh, you were like a C- student, but you know everything. You don't even remember the book that I'm referencing that is wrong, but you know that I'm wrong because of that book. Well, it's you remember that book because it's in your head subconsciously because children are literal sponges.
Yeah, I mean it's like I said, it's no different than like Stonehenge too. That's another one where, you know, there's big massive stones and you wonder how these things got where they were, and why this thing was built and what it even is. And Stonehenge equals 49, 41. It's interesting. It's in Wiltshire too. um
England.
Wiltshire Wiltshire's got that 123 like conspiracy as well. um, it equals 120 as well. And in England, of course, it's in England. In England equals 33. It's like magic, Freemasonry, and stuff. So you look at where even this is and why this is there. It's another one of these stories and what they're going to tell you and why it's there and what it really is. But it's the same thing with all this stuff. And there's so many of these things all over the world. Um, all these great wonders. People are wondering, how did it even get there? And this is one of these things again. I think it was just these stones were cast. Um, they were cast. I mean, it could have been giants too. You don't know, but um, it's. I mean, this is a lot. Like the Georgia Guidestones, though. Too. This is
Mhm.
a lot like that. So this is another interesting one to me. It's like, um, in all these things, the Great Wall of China, the pyramids of Egypt, the Stonehenge, all these things should, it's always had me thinking, but it should just have everyone else thinking too. That what our reality really is, and that, and like I said, nothing that we're being told is true in what they say it is, because these things are everywhere, and we're being told that we just can't figure it out. But it's obvious when you connect all the dots, what's really going on here.
Yes, and are you aware of the astrological
Yeah.
features of this? How it is linked to the summer solstice?
Yeah, it's
Well,
it's lined up like, just like I said, the Georgia Guidestones. It's a lot
mhm.
kind of like that.
Yeah, and Have you ever heard of the heel stone?
It sounds familiar.
It's on the same property, same area as Stonehenge, and I think you'll see why it's called the heel stone. Let's see. Oh,
Huh.
only one picture of it. What the heck? Okay, hold on. I mean, you'll see. I think the legend of Stonehenge, which by the way, I do want to talk about the Stonehenge here in I don't know why it says Oregon. It's in Washington, actually. I don't even think it's that far away from you. Have you? How far away is Goldendale? Do you know how far that away? I think that's in between me and you. Like if we were to go halfway from where I am to you, I think that'd be somewhere around Goldendale. So it's about an hour
Yeah.
and a half from where I'm at.
Yeah, maybe that's not too far from me.
I was gonna say maybe one day we should go visit it
Yeah.
because there's a rebuilt. I know a little bit of the backstory of that because for different reasons, but the guy who commissioned it's called the Mary Hill Stonehenge in Goldendale. Uh, he had a big um, he has a big history in Portland or in Oregon. It has to do with like road building and stuff. His name was Sam Hill. I don't know if you've ever heard the saying like "What in Sam Hill?" Have you ever heard that? I don't know if that's
Might
reached
have heard
all
it.
around the world, but it's definitely known here in the West Coast. But yeah, he is a very famous person, and that whole saying "What in Sam Hill?" that he's the one that's about. But here, let me find.
I've heard of One Tree Hill. Yeah.
Let's go, dude. Early CW. Let's get it. But I mean, where is this? It's kind of not showing the toes, but they love showing this behind it. They love showing behind it, if it not showing it literally looking like a foot. There we go. But I mean, looks like a giant foot, and whether or not it's cast or petrified giants, let your mind go where it will. Um, but I think the legend, the myth, and story of Stonehenge is that it was built as a tribute to a dead giant. So it's interesting that this is, by the way, one heel stone. There used to be another one on the property too, but it fell or they took it down. So there were two heel stones as well. There were 2 feet sticking out of the ground at one point on Stonehenge. Here's an old photo of it where they were like, "Oh, we just gotta like mess with the area around it." Back when it was still like old vehicles. Okay. Have you been on Wikipedia lately? Have you seen what they do with that now? With that now? I was looking
Yeah.
up some. Go ahead.
Yeah, it seems it's been kind of weird. Everything's, with the AI too,
Yeah,
it's weird.
it's like I already know. It's not that nobody should trust Wikipedia, but I mean, just like using it as a source is like not that you should use it as a source, but I'm saying using it as a source of any information. They'll have all these warnings nowadays too, where it's all like one of the contributors of this article on this person knows this person. So take it with a grain of salt. There could be there could be some things on here that are only speaking well of this person and it's not a neutral view. It's like, can't you tell me what is it that they said? Where is it? Where in the article? It's not highlighted or anything. But it says, "Oh, this is what they added." It's just like figure it out what the person who knows this person said. It's like, okay, that's weird. Okay, it's weird. I can show you, but it's strange. But yeah, here's a nice photo of it in olden times. And this is they were excavating the grounds around it. Why? Who knows? Why they did it in this pattern? Who knows? But what this hill is in the background? Who knows? But yeah, Stonehenge itself, it being an astrological marker, it just you see this all over the place, and it's just so disheartening that the only like thing people care about with astrology and it for the most part for the great vast majority is this fake annoying astrology that they put out there so that you don't look into what it really is. First of all, we talk about the Jesuits here sparsely. Probably need to do a full stream on them at some point. Maybe even next stream. I kind of want to go in on them. But the calendar as we know it is from a pope, Pope Gregorius, and that was rolled out the same time as all sorts of stuff in the 16th century, to where that gives us the world as we know it, you know, English language, all this stuff. And before then, people will think of it as paganistic now, or like some weird thing. But go to Scandinavia, go to Sweden. You think those people are like weird? Well, I think you would think they're weird when you realize that they go off of, yes, they're still functioning on this Gregorian calendar, but within that calendar, that's like a working calendar to them. Whereas they are still on a better body clock, like the cyclical nature of our world. They celebrate the solstices. I'm sure you've heard of midsummer or whatever. I say
Yeah.
it differently than midsummer, just to kind of, I don't know. I don't know why I do that. I think it's because I heard it said weird once. It was really weird. I was catering this event, this really hotty toddy event where these rich people out in the middle of like the mountains, not the mountains so much, but like just out of ways. And there's this guy walking by. They're just so many. They're all rich people, super nice as they were going through getting the food and everything. But they were all fed, and we had some downtime. Not a lot of people coming through the line anymore. And this guy walked by, and he just it was just the strangest thing. They're all just like normal, English, just American seeming white people. But he was just like, "Oh, I think this might be. Is today the last day of midsummer?" And I'm just like, "Midsummer? What are you talking about?" And it's just like, then you look around and you start to see all the iconography on their outhouses, like the sun, like the almost like the Jesuit sun, but it's that, like, the creepy faced sun that you think is nothing. But I've been to so many like house party things with these rich houses out in the middle of like rural farmland type of area, but up in the hills away from it, and they all have this same pattern going on with their houses. Anyway, I just thought it was funny that somebody mentioned that. But yeah, the solstice, going off, basing your society on the solstices, because that's how humans used to do it. So think of things like Stonehenge, and there's definitely more than one. Stonehenge is the most famous one, but henges is a term based off of what they say is Stonehenge. That henge, henceforth as an English word, has to do with Neolithic structures that are, in a circle, that have a use in astrology or timekeeping or whatever. Uh, and there's several henges in the world. Like even another one in, maybe not England, but nearby. Or maybe it's not in England. Maybe it's in like somewhere in like a Nordic country. Guess I could look it up. Actually, I want to say it started with like a V. No. Well, I could show you the one in Washington.
Yeah, I think I might have heard of the one in Washington.
It's a, it's like a perfect one. They say this is what Stonehenges are supposed to, it's a remake of the England Stonehenge, so it's said.
Hmm.
And that's like what it would have looked like. Have you ever wondered like how the Stonehenge as we see it today, it doesn't seem like it's all there? Like
Yeah.
the stones wouldn't just erode to nothing, but yet you like try to add up the stones. If you look at like an aerial view of Stonehenge, it just doesn't look like it's all there.
Yeah, it's weird because you don't really see that like with the Great Wall of China or like the Great Pyramids of Egypt or or certain other things. But with Stonehenge, it is like that.
Oh, give me the picture. Oh, okay. Getty Images. Perfect. I guess that's good. Have a large picture. Oh, why is it doing that? Reddit. Can I just get a big picture? Stonehenge 2. Never heard of that. Okay. Oh my gosh. Apparently there's not a large resolution picture. Oh, this one should be. There we go. I don't know. It just seems like out of place to me.
It does.
It seems like purposely bad. It's like
Yeah.
parts of it look like pretty amazing, but there's even a couple of stones. I think you'd have to get closer to them that are very strange looking, honestly, in shape. But I won't get into that too much. But yeah, even then, between this and the heel stone, this heel stone, it's like you look through. I think it's like this line right here. Either that or this line. No, because that's right there. But when you line up the heel stone, it's like the heel stone would be like holding. It was like spinning the basketball during the first day of the summer solstice. The sun rises, and the heel stone is just like looks like it's holding up the sun at a certain, perfectly at sunrise. So
And it
if you
looks
look,
like they got like destroyed or whatever, like you said. And it's kind of like the Georgia Guidestones; those got blown up, destroyed. These look kind of like the same thing almost happened here.
almost as if that was like a. There's another theory too that these things that happen are meant to trigger. Have you ever like thought of the concept of like past history being stored in our like DNA, like the Akashic records? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah,
So we might not understand Stonehenge as it is, like just us right now, but in having the Georgia Guidestones blow up, that would like trigger. I'll use this word even though I hate it, like the trauma of whatever happened back in the past when like this happened. So it's like you feel this like negative ripple when things happen, and that's why they repetitiously do these things like a volcano exploding or whatever, triggering Pompeii.
yeah,
The memory of that and stuff like that. So that I always found that interesting. Obviously, it's meant to be. What happened to Georgia Guidestones is definitely always going to be. The Guidestones were always compared to Stonehenge. It even served an astrological purpose as well. But yeah, it's just was Stonehenge the only one of this on the world in the world? I don't tend to believe that this idea was. This is, I think, a like a like it was hijacked. It was like a hijacked concept. So they hijack this thing that has a purpose, and they tell us, "Oh yeah, it does that with the summer solstice. That's pretty cool." These people were like, they were walking around with loincloths, but they definitely knew about that, and they built this thing for that. It's pretty cool, but it's also they're able to do certain like what are people going to think about this in 1,000 years when it's in ruins? They're gonna have some idea of like Sam Hill and his Sam Hill must have been like the emperor of Washington or something like that.
yeah,
He was the great chieftain of Goldendale. Goldendale used to be this vast kingdom. It's like, no, dude, he just built this stupid thing on this property, and he was given a bunch of money from this wealthy royal person. Once again, you start reading this story, and it's just as ridiculous as that house we looked up. That still is so funny to me.
yeah,
Didn't even focus on the story because it just kept getting weirder. But yeah, I think certain that's very much so. This instance, this was commissioned by who I said, Sam Hill, just because basically he was given a bunch of money and wanted to do like That's according to the narrative. He knew this. All of his friends just happened to be wealthy foreigners. One being extreme royalty. It was like a princess or something like that, or a queen or something like that. Uh, Obviously, it also does the summer solstice. Uh, okay, this might not be the way to look at it. This doesn't even look like it says anything about Sam Hill. What in Sam Hill? Oh, here we go. Sam Hill died in 31. But yeah, I looked up the history of this and everything, and it's very interesting. Untraceable. Could never. Good luck. You know, double checking this story. There's no no way to do that. Do so. Um, it's unbelievable as it's meant to be. And yeah, once again, to your point, it's like, how did they do this back in the day? Were they using tricks of vibration, or was it just, I don't think it's impossible with manpower. It's like, I'm sure you could build wooden ramps, but why? It's like, but if you knew the technology to do this, why not just do it on a smaller scale that doesn't, I don't know, but that's debatable. I think humans will always strive to go beyond their means in certain things. So I could see that this just being a feat. It's like, yeah, it is to tell the summer solstice, but look at how we do it. Look how dope this thing is. Because I mean, the Earth works. First of all, there's no way that this is the only thing that's on this property. Absolutely no way. It's just the thing that's sticking out, and they say this is everything that's here. Yeah, right. Um, and like I said, there's multiple of these around the world, these henges, and there's even much bigger ones. Like I said, I looked up one, and I don't remember the name of it. Other. Oh wait, that was it. Is it Averbury? Yeah, it is Averbury Henge. And this is Bury. First of all, Averbury. Sure, Bury in the name. Uh, this one is like a large sprawling property, and what's interesting about it is, first of all, how were they allowed to just put elaborate properties on this site? How does the general public just say, "Oh yeah, that would have been cool to find that place to live back in the day," and just decide that it's yours, and just you just live in the middle of a Stonehenge? Yeah, that seems right. Yeah, there's probably no ulterior motives for doing that. There's probably nothing underground or inside of this obvious mound. Like this one's a lot bigger than Stonehenge, by the way. But what's interesting about it is there's no real actual evidence that it was ever what they say it was. Now, let's see if I can find a picture. Did they show a picture? Oh, dang. So these are the stones. And I'm not saying they haven't been there a long time or that they're just mocked up or anything like that. There very well could have been something like that there. Like I said, there's just no evidence. All there is what there is in here. And they say that it was a large circle and then two smaller circles inside. And it served some geometrical, astronomical uh, purpose, but um, it's all basically gone now. And I'm sure the people who built this house know nothing about that. But to build a center road running right through it, it's just all too elaborate to me. But yeah, this is also in England, so it kind of begs the question, what kind of people were living in England? Why is a lot of the Scandinavian countries still live according to like what we would consider like a pagan ritualistic way. They're just like in every way they're just like me and you, modernized, just doing the daily stuff, but at the same time they pay adherence to these holidays and different rituals during different times of the year because I think you ask the average one, it's a tradition. Oh, it's tradition. they don't even remember the reason why they do it, whether or not it has an effect on their mind, their body, or centering anything like that. But yeah, there's several different henges, and please, if you guys know any more crazy monuments such as this, leave a comment, let us know, because I when in my free time I always like to delve into something like this. And but yeah, what do you think about Stonehenge? What do you think? I mean, other than how they did it or why they did it, what do you think? Just a general overview of what they are and what for and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's a lot kind of the same way, like the Great Wall of China and Egypt, with the pyramids and everything. I just think, like you said, this stuff is just cast. I mean, this stuff's a little, they're all a bit different. They're all in different areas of the world. They're all different things, obviously. However, they're truly being built. It's just weird that they're always, kind of standing alone by themselves too. So they're always kind of in the middle of nowhere. But um, it's just, it's hard to say. Giants. If that was giants that were building this and where they got the rocks and stuff. But it seems like it was just like they were just casting stones. But like I said, if they were destroyed or not, and if that was part of it, or something happened. And how it has all the other relevance to, obviously, like I said, the Georgia Guidestones, and they're so alike. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say where they, how you can look at the Georgia Guidestones now. They're set up for geographical and alignments, and just like Stonehenge. So obviously these were things being used for you know connections with the constellations, the stars. It's like how we stargaze. We look up at the sky and the stars at night and stuff. And um, it seems like they obviously same thing with Egypt and everything too, with the pyramids. Everything lines up. So it's obvious these people, or whatever it was, had a connection with that. And this is just whatever they could use to, it seems like, you know, be in contact with that, or line something up, to show importance of some kind of, seemingly kind of, maybe a higher power. Even, it's kind of hard to say, but like, were they being told to build this, or was it just like them manifesting that to happen? It's kind of hard to say, but I think it's kind of something to that effect.
Very interesting. Yeah. I look around nowadays and you look at the modern world, and if you were to assume, partially that our history is somewhat true, then you see, in things like Stonehenge and the pyramids, you see these people that wanted something that was outliving them, for generations. It was going to outlive them. It's going to, be there for some purpose for next generations. And that's what they were building to achieve. What happens if the cataclysm's tomorrow? What does America even look like? You know what America is going to be known for? I'll show you what they're going to be known for. People are going to say, oh, America was a lot more mysterious than we know because they had a pyramid too.
Yep.
The Bass Pro Shop. We don't. Bass must have been their god, the fish god. The great American fish god. But I did a little bit of digging on this, and it's I think we've all ran into this somewhere, and whether or not we committed it to memory or not, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I went on a pretty deep dive on how it came about and the people who were involved, and then looking up who those involved people were. And it's just one of those rabbit holes where it's just there's no coherent timeline. There's no coherent. Oh, there's like, oh yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds like a normal life. Oh yeah, that guy had a normal life too. And then they just continued their normal life and just ended up where they are to just be here to say we should build a pyramid. And then if I were to say let's build a pyramid, I'm laughed at, but apparently Memphis was like, yeah, you know what? Hell yeah, we're not just named after that damn place in Egypt. We want a damn pyramid too. It's just like, very interesting. But of course, the mockery with with the Memphis pyramid, uh, originally built to attract sports state, a venue for music and sports and all that. Eventually becoming, as it were, a perfect location for the largest Bass Pro Shop. You know, of course, build it initially to hold thousands and tens of thousands of people in sports arenas, but the natural progression of things, you're either going to tear it down or turn it into a Bass Pro Shop. It's like, duh. It's like next, it's going to be like the Eiffel Tower being turned into like a Dick's Sporting Goods or something like that. But
Yeah.
anyway, uh, it does kind of look like a dick too. I wouldn't be surprised. The Leaning Tower, at least, maybe it would be turned into a big Dick's. But uh, known as the Great American Pyramid, and as you mentioned earlier, Great Pyramid of Giza equals 201, 102. Well, what do you think the Great American Pyramid equals? I'm sure they don't have access to any type of numbers. I'm sure they're not doing anything ritualistically. I'm sure this came about naturally. It's just a glass brass pyramid in the middle of the Mississippi, which is, you know, almost word for word a better representation of what the Nile is, according to biblical texts and all sorts of other ancient Kemet texts and all those things. The Mississippi River is more of a representation of the Nile, which, by the way, the Nile is a word. It's not a title. It's not a title of that river. The river is named after what a Nile is. A Nile is a noun, and not a title. So the Nile River was called the Nile because of what a Nile is, not things called the Nile based on that river. I don't know if that was confusing at all, but point being is the Nile River was, named the Nile afterwards, whereas the Mississippi River, it has all the features of the old record of what the Nile had, and then just so happens to have cities like Memphis and and there's other ones too. Cairo, where's Cairo? It's like in Indianapolis or something like that. You just Anyway, but yeah, they just got the bright idea. Yeah, we need a pyramid. If you ever like think about how they form the gematria and why they do it, if you pay attention at all to sacred geometry, I need to do a deep dive into sacred geometry to learn it, not just to like know about it, but to actually learn it. You know the difference. You know what I'm talking about? Like you look up a lot of things and it ends up just getting committed to your memory a little bit, but you don't actually like intend to learn it. So you don't, but I do want to have a greater understanding of sacred geometry, because I think that plays a huge part into our grid system that's all over the world. The whole world's been put onto a grid system. Yeah, there's differences, but there's so much that's similar that it's scary. If you once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I agree. And it's like you're showing with it's interesting that you had the two concerts there on April 1st, April 2nd, 95. So right as I'm being born, it's weird. And then um, like how it opened on 11/9, so 9/11 in 1991. So that's right after, of course, uh, Nirvana released Nevermind. It's kind of interesting in 1991. And there's the 11/9, 9/11, 91. So there's all these connections with everything. And it's just weird. It's like how I said, everything just connects, everything just how it all comes together. It's really weird. It does make you think. You wonder what's really going on. And like you said, there's so many of these. The pyramids are everywhere, all over the world. Buildings of them. They got to put it in your face. It's got to be in your money. So, and it's just like you wonder, what's really going on. It's it's just like, like we are saying with, the Great Wall and stuff. It took like supposedly thousands of years and stuff, and you used to see how, um, when this stuff is, being built, or when it's, coming about, or, why it's in these places, why they line all this stuff up. Because all the pyramids they're not just, all over, they're lined up perfectly, everything lines up perfectly. So, obviously this is much bigger than what we, know and understand, but it's obviously all connected. You even get these, buildings of pyramids, and even that is perfectly aligned through, when things are opening, and when things are going to happen there. And and even the gematria that goes into it's going to be the exact same. It just shows you what's going on.
Beautifully put. Yeah, I completely agree. And when you think of these things, it's you come to understand that, there's a ruling class that lives on a different set of rules and guidelines than you do. Not just like locally how we deal with things, but they're on a on a solar level. They know of things that are just laws and rules that every human should be of, going off of, but through ignorance, we don't know those things. We've lost those things, and yes, they've been hidden away, but also we haven't done our due diligence to uncover them. And I think that's, important for every person to eventually come to that realization that we're, there's going to come a day where I believe that, cataclysms, if you will, are cyclical, and I don't think they're natural. I think that there is a system in place that, that I think we're at the beginning. As much as we think that we're ahead of the common person who doesn't know anything about this stuff, that it's like it's a weird thing. It's like where the gap is like this far between us and like just someone walking around bumping into things, thinking that they're doing the right thing. Just I'm not trying to make fun of anybody here either. That was me for most of my life, but now I feel like I'm so far from where I was. Let's just do that. I'll compare it to myself. I'm so far from where I was then that I think it's astronomical. But in reality, I'm like that far away from where I was, and I have that far left to go before, I think it's our duty to fill in as much of the gap as possible while we're on this plane. Without getting too religious or anything like that, I think that it's our duty to realize, oh snap, this is it's almost like a game. I think I think you think of like horror movies like Saw and stuff like that, where you have a time limit to like complete a puzzle. Or what was that other one that came out, that super popular Netflix one? They're making a second one. What is it? Bird Game? What was that? Not Bird Game. Something game. Anyway, it was like I think it was a Chinese one, or maybe it was Japanese. But that sounded terrible too. Whoops. Anyway, um, but yeah, I think we have a duty to eventually wake up and then eventually work towards, freeing ourselves from this. Not to say that our goal is to free ourselves in like some spiritual way, but it would feel like that if we were to survive the cataclysm that I think is going to occur, whether or not you want to consider it natural or not. Let's say like the flood. They say God triggered the flood. Well, it's like I think the God figure is triggering the cataclysms. I do not think he's making the hurricanes. I think that's us playing God and in search of a way to combat God. This is the Tower of Babel story all over again. We're building our towers to shoot arrows at the heavens. Well, we know how that one ends, and anyway, without getting too far into it, I think we all have a duty to eventually, look outward and stop seeing things, an inch in front of our face, and realize that there's no tackling everything, and that if we're going to make progress in order to move humanity forward, I don't think means becoming some Atlantean society. I think what made a society like Atlantis possible was this working together with humanity. And possibly they weren't just wiped out and gone like the Aztecs and like these are names for groups of people that, I think were very advanced, the Egyptians, if you will. I think that there's a high possibility that they're out of this plane. They didn't just disappear, snap of a finger from a cataclysm. I think they figured something out and they got out, and they didn't hide the information for the next generation. They built monuments to make us always remember, so that if it ever happened again, we could, use that as a basis. And what I think about, if that is true, what I think about modern times, what are we leaving behind for the next one? The next group of people is going to be, they're going to have no shot. They're going to be like, what is this trash everywhere? There's no God. It's just over. They're just going to bump around. They're just going to Mad Max. And when the cataclysm comes, they're all got wiped out again. I think that it's a countdown, and we're somewhere in the middle or the end, or closer to the end than the middle. And, our iteration of humanity is one of the ones that is not doing enough. We're not going to escape. The only ones getting out of this are the elites who know about it, and they're not going to help us escape. And that's not the goal. And I think it's kind of scary for them too. It's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't type of thing, because they're going to get out, and it's like, what? It's like, what is the Federation? Let's just call it. Let's think of things in terms of space. What is the Galactic Federation that's been hiding right behind the scenes going to want with a bunch of selfish, hateful people? Yeah, they got out, but now let's say they get to meet that, oh snap, there is another place outside of here. You had to wait for the cataclysm to happen, and that opened the door, and you get to go out. I'm making these things a little. I have a larger theory about this, but are you going to be warmly welcomed? Let's call it heaven, because that's heaven to the Christians. Are you going to be warmly welcomed and allowed into heaven? No, they're going to be like, you guys suck. You guys hid everything. You doomed the people who didn't know. You didn't include anybody in on that. You didn't accept. So I think nobody's going to come out and help us. We have to, we have to make a coalition ourselves and do our best to pass on to the next generation. And that's what real tradition is. Tradition always had, I think, a logical reason, not just a spiritual hokey reason to do things. I think that there was a logical reason to go off the solstices, because I think the true cyclical calendar has to do with the solstices. And once you lose count, if you lose count, you're not going to be prepared for when the signs get, harsher and harsher. Like, say, depending on what happens, I don't think it's the same thing every time either. I don't think it's a flood every single time. I don't think it's a great widespread, fire every time. I don't think it's a comet almost hitting us every single time. I think there's differences, and there was ways to tell, and we're supposed to evolve. We're supposed to show growth in every reset, if you will, that, eventually, if we're ever going to apotheosis and become gods, the only person God would want to stand next to are the ones that like figured his game out, and maybe not mastered it to his like knowing and level, but figured it out. Like, the game is that complicated. The deck stacked against you is that big that if you were to overcome it and get out of it and be able to pull people with you and combine into a real knowing civilization, that's the kind of civilization he'd be like, okay, yeah, you guys can chill over here with me. I'm dumbing down this idea, but it really is. Yeah, I think about this type of stuff a lot.
Yeah, you got to think too. Like you said,
all these things over the world, they all got built, but then all the people they say just disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
The civilizations just vanished, and nobody knows why, nobody knows how. It's the same story over and over. All these things get built, and the civilizations, they just disappear. They just fall away. It's just magic, poof. And just all this stuff is left behind. It's the same story over and over again. And to me, all these things are obviously just one. They're all connected. It's the same thing going on and on again, and it should obviously lead people to understand what's who's really running the show, why these things are happening, because it's not y- you know just like how you have the Great Pyramid of Giza, then you have the Great American Pyramid. It's got the same gematria, and why build this? Who's and why is it in your money? Why is what's really going on here? It's obviously these people, and they work in secrecy. They do these secret things. It's everything is kind of behind closed doors from our perspectives. It's like you know the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, the CFR. It's the same thing. It's these meetings. It's all this stuff that goes on behind closed doors that you know it's the same thing with these things. It's all these questions, but these are obvious constructions. It's why we have there's 13 families that run the world. There's 13 pillars in the IRS building. There's 13 colonies, the 13 stripes on the American flag, the 13 years of slave school. It's all synced up. It's just it's just like I said. You have these key. There's so many factions and variables. You got people like we talked about the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds. The international bankers. Um, they're a part of it, of course. The Jesuits, the Illuminati, the Freemasons. Um, there's so many, you know, groups and secret societies involved. Um, and you look at what's really going on. You have, like I said, the Bilderberg Group. It was established in 1954. Go figure. On May 29th. Um, a month after my birthday, 70 years ago, Cabal 54. And it's obvious, these people, these factions involved, the Trilateral Commission formed in July of 1973 by David Rockefeller.
Mhm.
Council of Foreign Relations, formed in 1921. Get another think tank. The Trilateral Commission headquarters is in Paris, France. They also have one in Tokyo and Washington D.C. Key places. It's like the Jesuits from Paris, France, and the CFR, the Council on Foreign Relations. Their headquarters is in New York.
Of course, they got one in DC as well. Could it not?
Yep.
It's where the Jesuits set up camp.
Yep. And they wrote all his number. Why would they write all his number in Masonic temple? Bilderberg Group equals 84, like Austin, like Jesuit. Bilderberg's got that 55, like Satan too. It's interesting. Trilateral Commission's got the 92. Trilateral equals 44, like kill. Commission equals 48 and 60.
Mm-hmm.
CFR, the initials, the breakdown, is interesting, equals 27 and 54. You got the ritual numbers.
Very much so.
Council equal, 77, 112, 40, 30.
They even got the 18 reflection of 81 twice, like ritual.
Yep. Yeah, and foreign relations equals 88, like Trump, 92 again. Council on Foreign Relations got the 131, the 139.
Like Freemasonry.
Yep. And Rothschild's got that 55, like Bilderberg 55, Rothschild 55. Rothschild family, if you're at a Rothschild family, it equals 83 and 88. Again, 88 like Trump, you got the 83 in there. Rockefeller equals 110. It's like the World Trade Centers were 110 stories tall. You know, Nirvana got the 110. They also Rockefeller equals 56.
We got the 187, like Society of Jesus as well.
Yep.
Formal title of the Jesuits, of course.
And Rockefeller family equals 86 and 94. The World Trade Center is open on the 94th day of the year. Got that 94 in there. But yeah, key. These are all key things. The Bilderberg Group and all these things that come together. All these people. Whether it's you got the bankers and stuff, and they're part of it, and of course you have the world's richest people that you don't even know. You don't even know their names. You don't even know what they're called. The Orsinis are one of the world's richest families as well. But yeah,
several popes.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much, so much to all this. There's so many people don't, like I said, they don't really know about these things, or these, basically people, planning our demise along the line. All these things are planned out. These things, like I said, they're not known like they should be known, but these are all things that have been around for a long time. I mean, Bilderberg Group, like I said, established 1954, and the Trilateral Commission in 1973, and the Council on Foreign Relations in 1921. So pretty much everything in the last 100 years or so.
Mm-hmm. You gotta love their pentagram with their red and white stripes. There's nothing American. There's nothing. These guys are from Italy, guys. They're not American. So, boom. Illuminati is not real, and this whole idea of them being behind the scenes. Shut up. They just like to use, 5-pointed, geometrical shapes and red and white stripes. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Barbers do too. Are barbers, Illuminati? I would argue a lot of them. But, Santa or the candy canes gonna come and get you. I would argue that Santa is probably Santa Orsini. That's probably his full name. It's like Klaus Santa Orsini is his actual name. But
yeah, people, this is like one of the, and when you research, this is like, beginner stuff when you really start to look into things. But you write out international bankers, it equals 222. And 87. Bankers equals 70, 25, 119, and 47. But people don't, in 1913, the Federal Reserve and stuff, and everything, and all wars are bankers' wars, and these are all key concepts. People that have been around a long time, and this have kind of remained in the shadows. People kind of know who they are, but they, they're just kind of there. But to me, this has always been, and obviously, you have things like, we'll talk about Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 here in a minute, but these are, like I said, key people that have been around a long time, and people have obviously heard the Rockefeller. There's so many songs about Rockefeller and stuff, and Rothschild candies, and the Morgans, the J.P. Morgan, all the the big Illuminati groups. But
Rothschild meaning red shield as well. And what is the Orsini rock? Huh. One quick thing just before I'll try to make this not long-winded, but we're talking about, look at right there. You see the American flag sideways pretty much, like, and you got the, we modeled the Pentagon, and they got the pentagram in there. This looks to be a carnation of some sort, but have you, when you think about the Constitution, and it's a huge thing, the right to bear arms. Now, a lot of people, I think, have such it's like this is one of those things that people need to wake up from. That has it honestly doesn't have it. It's like in our modern amendments of the Constitution, it has to do with holding your government accountable. But its original meaning, it still has to do with holding your government accountable, but this has to do with lordship. This has to do with these arms, the the shield of your family name, your crest. That is an arms. That is the arms that you bear. And one of the biggest things to the royal families and the royalty was keeping these things true. So you have the spreading of these large families, and the last thing they wanted is somebody claiming fraudulent lineage. That's like the biggest deal to them. So the right to bear arms for the common rabble, for the common people, is was in England. They were fighting for that right so that they could claim higher status as their civilians life in their civilian life. Whereas it's like the same hierarchy in the royalty. Like no person involved in royalty is so destitute and poor that they're, that doesn't but but as far as, you'll be treated like that. A common lord is basically, you know a piece of trash compared to, the second cousin of the queen. He is like, ooh, he's a big shot. And it's like, yeah, you can go to any little borough and be the king of that borough if you're like the lowest lord of the, but but there is a hierarchy. So you would have you would wear who you are on your arms. Your arms would be who you are and what status you have. And your arms can mean more if you build up that status. That's what it was all about, is building up status. It's the same thing that happened to America. Like, we came over here, we made the Constitution and all this stuff. And what did society turn into? If you do any digging, in the early 1800s, it was a very aristocratic society. Haughty toddy, we were still doing the powdered wigs, and we were, women too, very high fashion and elegant. We were out building huge castles and living in huge castles, even though we're told it was, archaic and horse-drawn carriage, nothing but dirt roads and trash. Meanwhile, there was, this affluent society living here, who kept the same rules as England. And the right to bear arms was the common folks want to be able to, through taxation, like tax breaks and certain like that, they wanted to earn the same rights as not the same rights, not blood rights, but some of the same things as the royalty. They wanted to work on a similar system. It had nothing to do with holding their weaponry accountable. This has everything to do with these arms. So to think that they're now just now it means weaponry and all this other stuff, it's such a joke. It's like,
Yeah.
we should not be going off of the Constitution anyway, because it's an amendable thing. And that's already a hotly contested thing. But this has nothing to do with that. Our sovereignty as humans is what we should be fighting for. What our Constitution tells us to fight for is the upholding of the royal rule. So when you fight for nothing but the right to bear arms, you're fighting for the same thing as feudal England was, normal, everyday, lowly people who just wanted to have the same ability to call themselves if you're an affluent normal person, not to just be considered the same as like a lowly normal person. And in order to do that, you needed to bear a crest, which you could not. It was think of it as like a copyright. You couldn't just print your own family crest. It had to go through royal decree. But because of they fought for the right to bear arms, that's how normal families that had nothing to do with royalty were all of a sudden able to start bearing a crest of their family and just and making a new hierarchy among the rabble. That's what the right to bear arms was all about. It had nothing to do with holding weapons like their government held. It's really odd. I once I saw the shield here, and we're talking about the Rothschild family, and obviously they have a crest, and their name literally means red shield, which is on their crest, and then you look at the Red Cross and certain things like that. But I just want to throw that out there that that's another huge misconception. And once you know that, then you start to question the other laws of the Constitution and like what they truly meant. And then you start to look at how we hold inaugurations here and how the royalty holds inaugurations there, and it's like it's just why do all of our presidents need to be blessed by a pope? I thought we were escaping the Catholic Church. So anyway, that did end up long-winded. My bad, dude.
No, you're 100% right. The Rothschild, the Red Shield, obviously, 56 signers, that Declaration of Independence, all these things go hand in hand. And yeah, people thinking we got free when the Illuminati was already established before our country was established. And yeah, thinking we, got free, and, it's, and you look at it, it's like the Second Amendment. Does it really even exist? Because we're supposed to have weapons on par with our government. We can't even have automatic weapons. So they can have automatic weapons and we can't. So, what does that even tell you? It's, it's obvious what this all is. And obviously Adam Weishaupt, we always bring up him, created Illuminati May 1st, 1776. Right before they supposedly got free on 7/4 or 4/7, but of course it'd have to be that day. But yeah, all these things, go hand in hand. And like I said, all these, secret meetings and secret people, but they're not really secret meetings or secret people that they shouldn't be. But, and what it all comes down to, like I was saying, all these things go hand in hand with, Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, these people all being involved. It's no different than, Trump or Bill Gates or, people want to think everyone's, no, all these people are in on it. But yeah, you have, these key agendas, these key things. If you write out Agenda 21, if you write it out in word, the 21 and the numbers, it equals 44, like kill. And Agenda 2030, if you write it out with the numbers too, it's it equals
with the numbers. I see.
Yeah, it equals 28. That's a perfect number. You got 36, 37. Agenda 21 also equals 52. Essentially, if you write them out too, if you write it out with the letters, 21 and then 2030. Obviously, Agenda 21 equals 65. Your reflection of 56 it equals 70. And Agenda 2030 equals 86 and 94. Again, very interesting numbers.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Rockefeller family, 86 and 94. And the same exact ciphers. Yeah, it just shows you, what's really going on here. And, these are, we obviously know we're living on an agenda, but most people, don't really know about these things. Which is, it's amazing because, these Agenda 21 already was, took place a long time ago, in 1992, 32 years ago. Next year will be 33 years. That's really interesting that it'll be 33 years of Agenda 21 in 2025. So that could be a key thing to look out for. But, with Agenda 21, it's, it took place, obviously, like I said, in Brazil, there in South America, in Rio de Janeiro.
Where the Olympics were held too.
Yep. Of course, they got the Christ the Redeemer statue there. It's another
kind of wonder of the world as well.
Mhm.
And basically, it's social and economic dimensions. Combating poverty is a big thing with Section 1. Um, Conservation and management of resources for development. It's a big thing for Section 2. Um, Section 1 is a lot of it is promoting health and achieving more sustainable population. You know,
A
Section
la
2.
Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that connection. Includes manage biotechnology and radioactive waste, um, protect fragile environments, combat deforestation, control pollution. So yeah, definitely big time connections there with the Georgia Guidestones. Section 3, strengthening the role of major groups, communities. Um, and number 4, it's like kind of means of implementation, includes science and financials. So
How creepy is this? Children and youth in sustainable development.
yeah,
Yeah, that doesn't sound weird for our, hidden government to be talking about. Sustainable development? You talking about because when I look out in the world, I see nothing but funding of Planned Parenthood. So they're not talking about that's the opposite of that. So we're talking lab babies.
yeah, include
Sustain-
section 3. Includes women, children, the youth, their roles, local authorities, business, industry, and workers. Indigenous people. Um, like I said, tech. And next section 4 is technology, financials, tech transfer, and financial mechanisms. So it's
Mm,
you see the breakdown of humanity and what they're doing. Uh, like I said, this was going to be 33 years ago now. So you look at this, and this is obviously well on their way. And it obviously it ties in so much with Agenda 2030. Um, but if you look at Agenda 21, this is kind of stuff that's because it was 22 years later they came out with or 23 years later in 2015 they came out with Agenda 2030. But Agenda 21 to me is kind of like wrapping up at this point. We're kind of moving to the next sector, it seems, because it's like, I look at all these things that they've already kind of happened, um, these things have kind of just come to pass. And, with what they're doing with things like Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, because they're so connected on so many levels. But yeah, it's, you know, and like I said, they're in full effect. They're in full effect, and these things are, everyone should know that there is an agenda. People should know this. And the fact that this, like I said, is going to be 33 years old, and next year, I think to me is a huge key and a huge sign to all of this.
done something terrible.
Project 2025, and like I said, Agenda 2030 was the 15-year plan, adopted by the United Nations in 2015. It was implemented, January of 2016.
My computer's tripping. Hold up. Hold on. Magnifier. There we go. I somehow opened the computer magnifier. Wait, am I doing it right? It's not even working. Bro, what the hell? I'm afraid to close it. I'll never get it back out.
Yeah.
What the hell, dude? Let's see if it'll work now. Like it wants to, but it's like locked. It's like, oh my lord.
Huh.
What the hell?
Got a conspiracy within a conspiracy now.
I don't even understand how to. Let's see. Why? It's like half enlarged and half not. It's this page. It must be this page. I don't know why minimizing isn't working all of a sudden. Like, I don't even know where this window is. I'm trying to find it. There you are. There I am. Where is that? This is crazy.
That's very strange.
I've been doing this forever and I've never had something like this happen. Just using the hotkey to magnify and zoom in and out. I don't know any other way. Sorry about this, people. Technical difficulties. So can I get that to like go away? No. Can I minimize them? Okay. Now, what is the deal with this? Where is this window? Oh, it popped up again. Hold on. There's definitely some weird bug because this isn't even like, I don't know if you can see this, but I doubt you can see it. I'm trying to, there's this little thing that came up, but it's like the magnifier. And every time I tell it to like unmagnify, it's not working. Oh my goodness, I did it. Except now this is still. I'm too scared to like do it. How small is this? It's like the screen is normal. Let me see if I can share it. Okay, now. Presents. Show screen. What are you doing? Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot I can't do that, huh? We're going into the matrix. Anyway, it's working. I just feel like it's going to be all zoomed in. Because it's like super zoomed in and now it's like not working. The hotkey is not working. And I honestly don't want to try it. Wait, that worked. Oh my goodness. I'm back, baby. All right. Jeez, that was scary. I did not want to have to like restart anything. That would have been tragic. So I'm glad that I did exit out of our tabs, but we're back. All right, sorry about that, dude. That was worrisome. I was actually thinking like, oh, I don't know how to fix this. I've never had that happen to me, not even once. Anyway, agendas. They're attacking me, people. I'm a targeted individual.
Yeah, they're coming through the screen now.
It's like Samara. Let's get these back up. All right, sorry about that. Please, if you remember where you were at, I'm sorry. Please continue.
Yeah, I was just kind of going through Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. You know how these things just, they go hand in hand. And there's the five P's or five principles of Agenda 2030: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. It's so big though that like I said, it's a 15-year plan. Adopted in 2015, implemented in 2016. But obviously, with Agenda 2030, it being so similar and going hand in hand with Agenda 21. The 17 goals. Number one, no poverty. Number two, zero hunger. Number three, good health and well-being. Number four, quality education. Five, gender equality. Number six, clean water and sanitation. Number seven, affordable and clean energy.
Which are they admitting our water's not clean?
Yeah. Yeah. Number eight, decent work and economic growth. 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. 10, reduced inequalities. 11, sustainable cities and communities. 12, responsible consumption and production. 13, climate action. Sounds like climate change.
With an asterisk. Ooh, that asterisk has a lot of more weight in something like this than an average asterisk. It's like, what does that asterisk mean? Does it mean like,
Yeah.
urgent action?
Yeah, these are such interesting topics. 14 is life below water. Talking about the ocean and stuff, and then 15, life on land. So what's going on, on land where we're at. 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And of course, 17 is partnerships for the goals. These, like I said, these two things going hand in hand, and looking at where we are with these things, where it's going, with, Agenda 2030 only, 5 years away, basically at this point. Kind of looking like they kind of have this, or at least what they're trying to do. And, it's so weird too, because, the time is just, it's moving so fast, that the time is flying, and ever since, 2020, especially, the time is sped up drastically. So, time is going faster. They have all these agendas planned, where they want us, what they want to do to us, and, where things are going. And to me, it's like, this is, this is kind of the pinnacle of everything to me, because, how these things are going to happen, or how they will happen, because to me, it's almost like you're reading the Georgia Guidestones, and, it's like they're laying out the Georgia Guidestones, on paper and in stone. So to me, it's like, it really shows you the depths of what these people are going to, and going, how they're going about showing you and telling you what they want, what they're going to do. And there's so much, linkage to all this. And I think that, all of it to me is, it connects on so many levels. And like I said, I really think that the big thing too with Agenda 21, being 33 years old next year, I think is a huge sign. And then of course, by 2030, it would be 38, like death, murder, killing, RIP, gematria. So it's like, this stuff all links up perfectly on every level, in my opinion.
And what day did those Georgia Guidestones come down? Couldn't have been on any huge conspiracy president's like birthday or anything like that. As long as it's not on any like president that was enwrapped in conspiracy during his tenure as president, as long as it's not on his birthday, yeah, it is what it is. It's just the day couldn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, it's George Bush's birthday. It came down. Oh, okay. I'm sure it's just coincidence, guys. It's just coincidence.
Mr. 322, it's the 322nd day of the
Not
year.
like any other buildings came down associated with him. It's like, come
Yeah.
on, guys. It's fine. Yeah, Mr. Skull and Bones. But yeah, like you were saying, it's very good points. Yeah, I mean, that reads like the Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah.
100%. That is literally what this says. This is just in a poetic format, sort of like a haiku. I think this is like a haiku of this. Like if you were to boil this down into a haiku, give this as a assignment for high school, for a Jesuit high school, one of them would come, RC Christian got an A+ on his haiku and they used it. Oh, we loved your haiku so much, RC Christian. We're gonna put it on we're gonna memorialize it. Oh, thanks. Can I get more credits underground? Of course. Sorry, I have this, I have the theory of mole people that I stick by. I've seen so much evidence of it, and how a lot of the history of our world has been moved underground in vaults. Have you heard about? I've seen that, like these huge quarried out underground. And then of course you talk about the military, the DUMBs, deep underground
Yeah.
military bases, which are
Yeah.
the same thing. And you see their strategic locations, they're under oceans. Hello, they're under oceans. You once you start to see the oil rigs, I mean, once you see what an oil rig is, it's in the middle of the ocean where the swells are literally like 30 feet or bigger. And it's like, yeah, let's go build out there with nothing around. Let's just go take a boat and all of a sudden we can just, put a platform down and drill for oil. It's like, do you understand the technology that we're dealing with here? This is as great of a feat as that is. It's honestly, it's more telling of how advanced things are and
Yeah.
how structure and like the infrastructure is there. I'm not saying these are the progenitors of all of these techniques, but they know how to use them now, and they know, I think there's a lot of existing underground things and cavities and tunnels that have always been used, and probably for similar purposes to avoid cataclysms. And you had people initially mole, for a certain cataclysm, it's in your best effort benefit to go underground. If it's a fire, if it's a comet coming close to the earth, how else are you going to avoid that? You're not going to go up in the sky closer to it. You're not going to you're going to hide underground. If it's a flood, you have zeppelins, you have the UFOs, you have these perpetual flying machines that can survive, above the ocean and certain like thing. And these are how they avoided these resets. And in my opinion, a lot of what you see, like they show you in these commercials, like a little ways back, there was this beer commercial. I think it was for like Corona or something like that, which is interesting. But it was like Ewan McGregor. I don't know why my we've been having internet issues, so hopefully I don't care if I lag as long as it doesn't cut out. But and let me know if my mic is cutting out too, because that'd be annoying. But it showed like Ewan McGregor, talking as he was like walking through this long tunnel, and he comes out of the tunnel and he's on a tropical island. It's like, what are they showing us here? What is that about? Why would they do that? And then there's another one, a very similar one, where it's like, they show like, I think like Elvis and somebody else on it. I think it was also like a beer commercial too, where they're just out on an island hanging out. But yeah, I think that there's evidence to say that there's, look at Asia, look at Japan and their bullet trains.
Yeah.
and the magnetic railways, which they have plans for. Oh, it's like, yeah, they haven't done that. There's no implementation of it. We're inventing it in this generation. This generation is inventing that. No, we're not. We think we're so special. We're reverse engineering it now, maybe, but we're not inventing it in this era of humanity. There's no way. But yeah, you're gonna have magnetic trains that can take you from here to there within an hour across the world. It's insane to think about. Let's see if I can come in. I don't know why I'm lagging so much, but anyway. But yeah, the incredible similarities here between, it's obviously the same groups that are, pushing this agenda and, out in front of our face, are the same ones that are doing it, a little bit quieter. And a lot of people will say that the destruction of the Georgia Guidestones is to cover up this. How does that make sense? No, you know how many less people would know about this if they never blew it up on George Bush's birthday? This is not the agenda. The agenda is to put it in our conscious so that when these things start happening, we know exactly what's going down. The last thing I think that they're going to want is a populace running to them for help. They're not going to be there. In the same way they don't want us warring with them, they don't want us reaching to them for help either. So I think in our subconscious we have, this idea that they are a representation of everybody, and that's just our own fault. In my opinion, I think there's certain things that are our own fault, our own naiveties are our fault. Like, we shouldn't be so naive as to think that our neighbors wouldn't give a crap about us, but these people who stand to make millions of dollars and live a perfect life and get their family and their bloodlines through the next reset, they're going to be the ones that look out for us. Like, people, open your eyes. This is not reality. You don't care about your neighbor. You wouldn't give your neighbor the time of day. Why would anybody else be thinking the best interest for you for no reason? Oh, because you supposedly voted them in. Now they're just indebted to you for the rest of their life. And that's how you really think they feel when you find that they're embroiled in sex scandals and money laundering and, other, pedophilia. And, oh yeah, let's just keep voting them in. So what about, people should all be on a registry. All the people that voted in somebody that eventually, gets caught for like a pedophilia or sex trafficking. All the people, then if we expect them to fight for us, then we should go down with the ship. If we voted for them, then we should take responsibility for voting that person in, giving them power and allowing them to do terrible things with it. Oh, but then you won't hear a peep from those people who voted them in. They won't ever come forth and say, "Oh yeah, we did a terrible thing voting this person in." I've never heard that take. I've not once ever heard that take. So it's just this weird juxtaposition where people expect help from these people, but then they also like keep them at arm's length when something bad happens. It's that's all that's going to happen. It's always going to be something bad. They're not in it for our benefit. They're obviously in it for their own benefit and then for their agenda's benefit. Let's see. What does agenda mean? A list of items to be discussed in a formal meeting. Well, I meant like maybe in layman's terms. Well, okay. Fair enough. I was expecting it to be a little bit more ominous because it's nothing but, I have such a connotation of a negative connotation with the word agenda. You know what I mean? So I would expect its definition to be a little bit more ominous too. But it's kind of similar to how conspiracy is an ominous thing. Yet it's literally just, in layman's terms, it's a meeting between two or more people, you know, intended to be like hidden from the general populace or something like that. It's not really all that terrible. It's just the way it's implemented is terrible. So the way agendas are implemented make agenda a pretty bad word.
Yeah, they do everything in their power to tell you that we're living on an agenda. I mean, they put it on stone, they write documents on it, and everyone wants to think the world is just, just random and things are just happening and, that's not being controlled. It's like, and they're going out of their mind telling you, and, they go out of their way, and it's like we're saying, look at the people they're always putting in, they have all the gematria, they couldn't be more, you know, government's another way to say better than you, and that's these people tell you that they are. They tell you they're above you. I mean, look who's on the world stage: millionaires, billionaires. Top of the line. People that are you know looked at as such success because they were just handed millions and billions of dollars. They're nothing like you, and they're telling you they're nothing like you. But people still look up to these people and um worship these people or vote for these people. And they're telling you to your face, we fucking hate you. We fucking hate you. Here, I'm going to show you. I'm going to write it on the stones here how much we fucking hate you. We're going to make documents. We fucking want you gone. And then people are going to say, oh, well, the 500 million, that doesn't mean anything. Those numbers are just arbitrary.
I'll
All
be
this.
one of those 500 million. I'm sure to be. Me and my family are included in that, right? I
Yeah.
can do math. You can do meth if you think that you're included in that 500,000 or 500 million.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, do the math there, buddy. It's like 14 out of 15 out of us. It's like, yeah, I don't think it's going to be you.
Not at all. And interestingly enough, too, they use Babylonian cuneiform, which I think is a contested as even being I could be wrong. I might be thinking of a different alphabet or whatever. I'm just gonna work through my camera. I might even just like take my camera off for a minute and see if that works. But just so it's not distracting. But I think the cuneiform, Babylonian cuneiform, is actually. I mean, I think I see this as kind of a slap in the face because the whole story of Babylon being the separation of man from written word and language, and how those things were taken from us for our transgressions against God. Yet they put the Babylonian language on this. Like that's like how does Babylon even have a language? If anyway, but classical Greek, where isopsophy comes from, which is close ties into Kabbalah and gematria, and got Sanskrit, which is another considered, I think, the oldest language, and you have the it's related to the, I believe, what documents is like Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff like that potentially, and other oldest document type stuff where they pull out these papyrus documents that are barely held together and say, "Oh, these hold all the keys, and look, we just happened to find them. We found these Dead Sea Scrolls with all the missing books of the Bible and religious writings, just right after World War II, I think. They just popped up. They just were just right there the whole time. They were in the Red Sea or whatever. How do we not find them? Duh. It took a German U-boat with Hitler on it to fire something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like went deeper, but and then of course you got the Egyptian hieroglyphics. What I'm trying to say is like these are all contested languages in modern science, yet the people who give us modern science are using them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And of course, what is in the middle? It doesn't have to say it. I mean, they're all written in English, but they don't tell you, oh, in the middle English. But that is what they're telling you. They're telling you the uniform language of the world in this box is, you're to understand these things in English. I don't think there's a little box that says classical Greek in Babylonian cuneiform and Babylonian cuneiform. I don't think there's a box for each language that says this in that language. I think it's just that one box in English, and then there's a stone for each, but I don't think they all have this thing on it. Is my point. Well, the reason that they push out English, it's because it's the unifying language, which is the joke of having Babylonian on this text or right here, because the story of Babylon is that we're not supposed to get together and have a uniform language again. That was our punishment. So to put that in English is just a slap, and in my opinion, to certain not even religions. It's like, never mind religions or like the religious idea of God. Just anybody who thinks that God is, in some ways benevolent. I choose to think that God isn't like some caretaker. He's not a caretaker. And I don't think he's like, I don't think they, them. That's just, I'm so sad. I bet he's just like, damn it, why do they keep calling me they? Anyway, but yeah, I don't think that he would want. Let's just skip it. It just gets into being too much, and I know we wanted to talk about, where this is. I don't want to ruin the perfect role you're on right now with kind of like pushing this into, these agendas like you were talking about. Look at what they outline, and what does that mean for the common man? What does it mean when they're talking about, um, using technology and getting us in sustainable development in cities and stuff like that? What exactly do they mean? And what does that look like for us? Well, what are they telling us it looks like? It looks like we're going to own nothing and be happy, and it looks like we're going to be living in smart cities, and it looks like we're going to be dealing with digital currency, and we're all going to accept it because we are so excited to get into the metaverse, because the real world they've given us is so bad and bland and evil, that we would much rather, decide to play God digitally and allow them to, control all the stupid stuff like what we eat and how we breathe and what we drink, as long as we get to space out. And everybody's jobs in the future are going to be like energy farming jobs where we don't even realize that what we're doing is just being like milked while we just sit in stasis in our video game world and eat the slop and drink the juice. And meanwhile they're doing what they're doing now, only with no oversight at all. They're able to do whatever who in a new smart city is going to know? Like, think about how, like, the Ohio train derailment, and like at Asheville and all these disasters where it's like there's a city nearby. Well, how does anybody care to this? Like, right now, does like the closest city to Asheville, do they care? They're probably already forgot. It's like, now when we're all locked away in smart cities, just doing our own thing in the metaverse, how are we going to know if they decide to wipe a city off the map and there's no more people? The only way you knew that person was digitally anyway. They'll just have a bot pretend to be that person and you'll never know. And this sounds like really crazy, but that's where I see it going, is that people wouldn't know the difference between an AI and a real person anyway. So when the real people are gone, they'll just still be playing their AI. And I bet you if you gave the people the choice in their smart cities and their smart couch on their smart meta device to choose their own character and whether or not they wanted to play online or offline, you know how many people would choose offline anyway? So that they wouldn't even be like playing with, it's not an MMO at that point. You're just like playing an offline game, and it's like a set thing that only you can manipulate, like a private server. So many people would choose that anyway that they wouldn't even have access to the general population playing on the server. To give that as a reference. But yeah, please do, you know, continue your points and lead us into this whole idea of, what they see for us, money wise, and what they see for us, body wise, what we're going to be in the future and even now, you know, transhumanism.
Yeah, the whole agendas and these goals and everything they're doing is so um multifaceted with the transhumanism movement and the digital currency, what these things that have been um you know the person who kind of brought the whole transhumanism thing to the front was Julian Huxley. um
Hmm.
and Julian Huxley equals 54, which is interesting. um and if you write out his full name, Sir Julian Cyril Huxley, it equals 100, 125. It's got, but I like this a Julian Huxley thing 54. It's been an interesting person in this. Um, he's kind of the one that, early philosophy of the transhumanism and stuff. And transhumanism is such an interesting topic. Uh, you know, with the goals, being slow reverse, eliminate aging, uh, kind of completely, increase lifespans, um, enhance cognitive and sensory capacities, um, end disease and death, um, achieve super intelligence and super longevity and super happiness. Um, being a lot of the big goals with transhumanism, and you know transhumanism being something that's kind of been taken off, and like I said, Julian Huxley popularized the term transhumanism in 1957 in an essay. um, and you look at where it is now, where you do see this mass change. um, like I said, there's going to be um, the line between humans and machines will be, it's going to become increasingly blurred. um, the transhumanists, longer lifespans, enhanced cognitive abilities. It's going to be, the merger, with these new technologies, um, contact lenses that, can take pictures and videos. So basically, your eyes are just going to be a walking screen. It's going to be like cell phone eyes, basically. Um, so your smartphone would basically be the contact lenses. Universal language translator earbuds, um, allow you to basically, know all the languages and understand them and know how to say them and communicate. Exosuits that increase physical strength. Um, an endoskeleton attached, artificial limbs. Those are some basic examples. Uh, you know, brain microchips, the neural lace. We already talked about that. Elon Musk. Mind control. The RFID chips. Being able to open doors, and some people already got the RFID chips. They can in certain buildings and stuff they can access doorways and stuff like that. IVF technology may allow us to select intelligent embryos. Powerful,
Eugenics.
yeah, powerful CRISPR gene editing technology, uh, which give us the ability to eliminate all heritable and diseases. So basically it's kind of it's like a total tech takeover. Basically, our bodies um, will be augmented. Um, our thought processes will be faster, more transferable. Um, Gamification and behavioral science will increase human productivity. Uh, we will see the emergence of extreme personalization and customization. Um, business practices will, shift significantly. Conversations so focused on our social values will gain, great detail, great deal of attention. Um, and people are going to be more, you know, empathetic. So, basically just kind of making people somewhat into robots in a way, but it's kind of like something where I could see it being, like I said, I think it's going to be so linked up with, the digital dollar, digital currency, it's going to be all this kind of one. But I think that, this is going to be something where, we already see it, with like Elon Musk and the Neuralink and everything. But I think it's going to be something where you're going to be, if you don't decide to go down this path, it's like you just kind of get left behind. It's like you're going to have the supernatural, phenomenon people that are basically walking internet machines and, whatever they're going to be having, or whatever they want to do to themselves. And then, it'll be looked at as like gains, but then people like us that don't want to go along with it, we don't want nothing to do with it, we'll be like, kind of like kind of left behind in a way, like we're, we want to, or we like won't be able to like keep up with them maybe or something like that. It could be, or they're just going to have such, um, maybe dominance or control over the world, with whatever the technology is that they're, going to be merging with or a part of. So it's like, I don't know, it's very interesting where it is right now, but I think that, another, by 2030, where exactly is this stuff? Because I think a lot of this stuff we're going to see it um kind of come out and, be, people are going to be, some people, obviously, like I said, have already got, the neural link and the RFID chips and, some of these other technologies, people are already, using it, but you already, you're looking around, you're walking around like, well, how much of the stuff people already have or are they using? So, it does, you know, create a lot of questions to me because it's like, if this is the way things are going, it's like, like I said, how crazy is it going to get? I just think, we're coming into a time where, um, you know, all this technology, you got the Tesla takeover, Elon Musk, you got um, the brain chips, you got, all this stuff being pushed in a way where, it seemed, unfathomable 30 years ago, but now it's going to be, I think, just part of the new normal. And I think people are just going to, be pushed into the agenda. And like I said, it's a way of, processing and kind of weeding people through and out, oh, you don't want to be part of this. So you'll be on the digital currency system. So you won't have any money or something, maybe that's going to be part of it.
Yeah, that's a perfect lead into, how they get these agendas to actually play out. You made a perfect point. Is the natural ostracization of that humans do to each other, um, i.e., the conspiracy theory communities, whether or not they're out there or not. The fact that you have a class of people, the majority of people that will scoff and immediately judge those who question the rule and law of the land. Just that in and of itself, those are the people that are going to gladly accept the thing that lets them run twice as fast as the normal human. That's going to allow them to not get sick. At what cost? They don't know about the cost. They don't think that the cost exists because they're going to take on these things uh full force, and they're going to do it for their family too and think that they're doing some service for their family to reach a new height as in humanity. um and what that's going to do is naturally ostracize the people that aren't willing to do so. You already saw, there's been several examples of this using the medical industry, but obviously the last scandemic, obviously that is exactly what played out. I had my daughter during that time, and the hoops that they made me run through, like, just so you know, it's like, imagine that. Just, I'm not sitting here trying to complain. It was bad. I'm sure it was worse for my girl, obviously, because like they made her wear a mask a lot. At a certain point, they stopped making her wear a mask, but I'm like, she's pregnant. She's in the hospital. It's like, what are we doing here? The hospital was almost completely shut down. You've mentioned stuff like that, how
Yeah.
you were delivering food
Yeah.
to hospitals that were like almost all shut down. I remember still that day, we had a dog at the time that uh, required extra care, and so it's like I had to kind of time it out. I also had to work that day, and she went into the real labor, and I had to shuffle my son off to my sister's house, get my dog taken care of to where he could, be taken care of for a while because I didn't know how long we'd be in the hospital. And I wasn't able to just go to and from the hospital. They were super strict about it, even though because it was during COVID. And so that day I used to work at this hospital. It was actually my first job ever. I was in the dish room and I did all the food trays, like the tray line. It was a really good job. I got fired for terrible reasons and partially to blame. That's a different story. But uh, so I knew the layout of the hospital. My mom worked there. That's how I got the job there. And so I knew my way around the hospital. And so I knew exactly how to get to the maternity ward. Well, I tried to do so, and this is, I'm already like running late, parking at a parking spot in the hospital, booking to the doors, getting in the doors, and there's security guards there, not wearing masks, chilling out, talking to each other, and they say I can't go through the hospital. I'm like, why not? I know how to get to the maternity ward from here. It's literally it'll take me 2 minutes to get to the maternity ward, or I had to go all the way out, get back in my car, and drive all the way around the campus to park near the emergency room. Well, they're like, wow, you got to do that. I'm like, my girlfriend's in labor. She's about to have my child. Didn't matter. It's just like, what are we doing here? Luckily, I made it, but it was just like that was terrible. And so what I was kind of going off of before is like you're going to have these classes of people that are okay with these enhancements because they're going to see them as enhancements. They're not going to see the fact that they're, getting pumped with experimental things and, made guinea pigs. What they're going to see is, the obvious benefits that and the advantages to the people who don't get them. And that's going to further drive a divide and classism within, the common man. And once those people start to fall off, that's just the end of the road, basically. What standing army can we have? You know, it's like if there ever was a revolt, you'd have all these like transhumans saying, "No, we don't put up with this anymore. We're going to revolt." And then they all just like neck goes like this and they just like drop because they had a remote RFID that just zapped their cortex, and there you go. There's your high powered military, or not military, but like rebel force, all gone because they signed up to this thing. Just the same way I see the scamdemic. That was like a little training exercise for how many people are going to sign up for an experimental thing that they have no idea that we could just press a button in our lab, or release an agent in the water that's going to mix with the chemicals in your body and cause something. We don't know what it's going to cause. We have a hypothesis, but we got to see how it's going to work. And when that happens, is anybody going to believe the conspiracy theorist who says it's because it's the vaccine you got? No, they're all going to say, you idiot, I didn't have any problems with the vaccine. That was years ago. It's like, yeah, but the water that they just released is in the agent that has the thing that's been sitting inside of your bloodstream dormant. Do people don't realize that things live in your body dormantly, especially like certain bacterias? That like bacteria as a whole isn't a bad thing. It's like when bacteria mixes with another thing, the reaction is bad. It's not like the bacteria is necessarily bad. Honestly, one of the best shows that ever like kind of showed that was Osmosis Jones. Have you ever heard of that one? It was a
I
cartoon
haven't
from
heard of
back in the
that.
day. Oh, it was a cartoon back in the day, and it was kind of about like it was like he was like a T cell in the human body, but he represented like he was like an agent. So you'd have like the flu virus come in, and he's like the bad guy, like and he'd have to go and hunt down the bad guy. But it was also informative in it. And from what I remember, it told like a decent telling of how thing actually is. Whereas nowadays you have Fauci come out and say 6 masks, 4 boosters, and then laugh on a talk show saying, haha, I didn't mean that. And then a week later being like, no, you better do it. It's just like, what the hell is going on? This is the guy that is in demand. This is the guy who's now like the head of Georgetown, or like has a high position at Georgetown, I believe is the where he went to after being the health minister or whatever. Currently he's at Georgetown. What do you know? What a weird place to end up. Interesting. Fauci, 56. Coronavirus, 56. Georgetown, Jesuit University, Society of Jesus, 56. Toilet paper, 56. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, of course that's where he ends up. But yeah, to your point, especially about the money aspect, having a digital currency, obviously we're headed that way. Anybody who wants to argue that, you have to have no knowledge of the idea that we have not been backed by an actual material, like an actual thing for, I don't know, my whole life, probably your whole life, whoever's watching, however old you are, I bet longer than your whole life. We are not gold backed. There's the vaults of gold. They are not there to represent what our dollars represent. Guys, please wake up. Please. We are already on digital currency. We've been on monopoly money forever now. And before that, it was bonds. And before that, it was promissory notes. And before that, it was, what's the word that the Vatican printed money? Anyway, we've been on this since time immemorial, in my opinion, and it's just been, in fact, if you do any digging into history about alternative currencies, you find that there's a conspiracy as to why they washed away, why they disappeared. It's because they can't have, just like right now, good luck trying to like just go and do things your way. You can't just go and do things your way. You have to do it the way that they have it, or else you're gonna, the ripple you can cause is, it might be minute in the moment, but that's why they kill a guy who invents a hydrogen water running car. It's just like, it's easier to deal with a conspiracy about the guy being killed than to risk people following that person. So you might look at it as like, oh, you're drawing attention to it by killing him so obviously. Well, who says his name anymore other than you? So it's a scary realization, and when you know these things, you're able to spot them, and you shouldn't have any faith in your government. But as far as digital currency, guys, wake up! It already is. We are now going to be going into this phase of digital earning. So, they floated the idea of social credit, and now you have the communist countries all doing it. Well, America would never do it then. It's just those damn communist countries, they're doing it. They're forcing their people. It's like, oh my goodness, wake up. What are you not forced to do? If you want to not be forced to do something, you know what you're going to end up? On the street doing fentanyl. You're not going to amount to anything. There's nowhere you can just go and live. Go try to live out in the forest. Yeah, you might. I mean, there might still be some places nowadays, but I think we're in one of the last generations of having untapped wilderness, to where it's like, if you really thought you could escape and just go somewhere in Montana, eventually the grid is going to be so scouted that they're going to know your presence and know your little hut and know your little cave dwelling in Montana. And it's not going to be allowed. You're not able to, because that's protected forest. You cut down a tree in Montana, you're going to jail forever. It's just like, it's going to be like that. And escaping like that isn't the answer anyway. There is a level of independence that you should be having. And I, trust me, I'm right up at the top of that. If it was like feasible and possible and okay I would do something like that. I'd go in somewhere in like Montana, Colorado, go build myself a cabin by hand and just live by a stream. And I'd live and die doing that. I don't care how it ends up as long as it be in my hands. But I don't think that's going to happen for myself. But yeah, please continue about the digital currency. That's huge.
Yeah. And like I was saying, the digital currency and the the transhumanism movement, and we're talking about this stuff, and people want to think this stuff is the digital currency and the cryptocurrency or the Bitcoin, oh well, it's its own thing. No, they own and control all of it. You're not escaping nothing, jumping on that. You're just jumping right into their lap, right into their hands. That's all you're doing. You're not getting away from nothing. They're behind all of this. It's not like they're just going to let you be free and go over here. No, that's not how it works. It's um it's it's like the way they entrench us, enslave us. There's a reason why the United States is where it is. It's too cold to really grow any food here. You can't really garden. You can't live off the land. It's too cold, so you can't really do anything. So that's why they strategically put us over here, to control us. It's not like down by the equator where you can just live off the land. The water's right there. Food, water, shelter's right there. It's warm year round. You can just live outside. You can't do that in the United States. It's all under control, and that's why you're slaving away for the dollar every day. But the dollar is, and like I was saying, how there's this push and there's all this, you know, all these different currencies. You write out, money equals 72 and 27. Currency equals 44, 46. Especially too, if you write out net worth, it equals 42 and it equals 93 and 39. The reflection, but equals 42 and 123. Like conspiracy there. Dollar equals 62 and 26. The reflection, God equals 26. That's why in the money it says, "In God we trust." If you write out dollars, it equals 81, 27, 45, 108. All the ritual numbers in dollars. You write out worth, like how much someone's worth. It equals 84. So equals 24, but to get the 84 and 24, 84 like Austin Jesuit. Like I said, the word net, net worth, net's an interesting word, equals 42. Austin like Jesuit as well. You write out cent, like a penny, like 1 cent, it equals 42 as well. 21, 42 and 21, you got the Austin Jesuit numbers. Cents equals 74. 29, 61 and 16, the reflection as well. But bank equals 28, perfect number. 26 like God. Banks equals 47, 11. 88 and 34.
Wonder who's funding Trump.
Yeah, 88. You got the banks. You wonder the bankers. The big bankers bailing out. Big Trumpy with the big 88 and the 47. 11, the master number.
Meanwhile, he goes up there and not to make this about the whole Jewish thing, because people are people. It's we're talking about the controllers and just who they claim to be and what that it matters to them. It does not matter to me what they claim to be, but you have that what's the word, that they're obviously tied together for Jewish people being bankers, and for good and bad reasons. So, but who's the biggest supporter of Israel ever? Maybe, like, holy crap, like ever, like, oh my God, calm down, dude. It's like, get a tattoo and just chill out. You don't need to be doing this every day. But yeah, no, he is and always will be the poster child for the Israel project, I'll call it, because Israel is a person, not a place. It's an idea, not a place. It's this whole idea of making it a place from a biblical standpoint obviously leads to what it's led to: conflict, displacement, border disputes. They're acting out the biblical script in their own way. It's like when you're told to do a school play on Hamlet, you're not told to do Hamlet. You're told to like do your funny version of Hamlet. You know what you would do with Hamlet. That's the same thing. They have the Bible, and instead of Israel being Joseph or whatever, I can't remember who Israel was even. I don't care. But instead of it, it's in their playbook, it's the actual fabled land, and it's an actual like place where they're gonna war and cause strife over, and you have the similarities and the connections between America, the beast, and the beast that comes out of the sea, and the beast that anyway in Revelations and stuff like that. There's their playbook that they use, and the reasons we support Israel have nothing to do with the Jewish state or Zionism. It does, like, in the optics it has everything to do with that, but when you realize that the Bible is being transliterated before your eyes, that it is being made into a play. The world is a stage and the Bible is a play. All written religions are being acted out in certain ways, mainly the Abrahamic religions. But yeah, it's just, that's why we support Israel. That's why we prop up a place like Israel. It's There's no bigger actor. It's like, think about it. Who would the biggest, if you were to say every country was an actor? So it's like China is an actor and America is an actor. Who do you think is going to be the actor, the biggest headlining actor? The America. America is Hollywood. It's showboating. It's big. It's we're the best. It's
Yep, we're
like
the best.
we represent that character. That's our character as America. So of course, all of our presidents have supported Israel, because that's what we do. That's what that character does. It does not matter if Kamala got in; she would have been going to the Wailing Wall. These things, it's just so obvious when you know. But yeah, please continue.
Yeah, it's like Trump, I'm the best. Trump, announced he was running a 58 story, Trump Tower, banking equals 58.
Sure does.
It's interesting too, the word, digital equals 62 equals 46, sacrifice. What's really interesting is the word digital world and digital money have the exact same gematria, except for the last cipher is 73 and 64, but it's got the 134, 62, and 190 and 62, like digital. What's interesting too, digital currency equals 79. You got the 92. Digital dollar equals 61 and 83. It's digital dollars equals 62 again and 91. So you kind of have these overlaps with these numbers, and all these, this digital, world that's coming about, and like I said before, bankers obviously equals 70,
25, 119, 47 going along with all this. You know, the international bankers equals 222. You know, order out of chaos. You know,
Mhm.
people with the, you know, they said the Federal Reserve. I don't think there's anything in the Federal Reserve. I think the Federal Reserve is dried right up, if you know what I mean. But yeah, these people, you know, what they got going on with these agendas, and you know, it's like I said, I think, you know, it's interesting. There's so many different types of digital currency. Um, you know, you have, you know, there's basically four types of digital currency. You know, you have the cryptocurrencies, um, you have the CBDs, um, you have the virtual currencies, and you have stable coins. Um, and like I said, all this is, you know, rapidly gaining in popularity. It's, you know, people are jumping on this stuff thinking it's the way, but
Fiat, that was the term I was looking for. Sorry.
yep. And then there's 12 different kind of um like different I guess coins and different, you know, you have Bitcoin is one of them. Um Ethereum is another one. Tether is another one. BNB is another one. You have Solana or Solana. Um, you have USD coin is another one. Um, XRP, Dogecoin. You know, Elon Musk
Mhm.
talking about Dogecoin. Tron is another one. Ton coin. Um, Cardano. Um, and then you have Shiba Inu. So these are all different.
Shiba Inu is a coin. You have Dogecoin and Shiba Inu.
Right.
Shiba Inu is like, isn't that like similar to the type of dog that Doge is, the meme? Like,
Yeah.
guys, fucking wake up. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the names they call this stuff is just ridiculous.
They're obviously putting us into the metaverse. It's like choose your avatar, choose your fun symbol. Like, look at all their stupid symbols. Do you have any have you looked into well, I think we did. Didn't we talk about this recently? The guys who make these logos?
Yeah.
Like it's psychological. It's
Yeah.
very purposeful how they do it, and they put, you know, not just to hide symbols in there, and they do that, but like, I mean, just look at these. Look how fun they are. Are we adults? What are we doing here? These look like when you're making your Xbox profile, the default pictures you can choose. This is what this is. This is what it's like. Look how fun these are. It's fun. Tron, you know, about living inside of a digital world. Yeah, of course they'd have a money called that. You know, it's chain link. We're fenced in. It's like you're in a prison almost, like chain link.
Yeah, and some are just like you know BNB and XRP. You know, just these you know like these abbreviations or these you know whatever. And there's these other weird words. You know, Solana. You know, it's weird USD coin. You know, Tether, kind of like tetherball or tethered.
Like you're tied down.
Yeah, Ethereum. I know a lot of people have heard of that. Bitcoin. I know everyone's heard of that. But yeah, Ton coin. It's kind of like Tron in a way. It's weird and Cardano weird. It's weird names. Just like why would you call it that? And yeah, the Shiba Inu like the dog and um, yeah, just very strange names. You know, like I said,
How
there's the currencies, the CBDCs, the virtual currencies, the stable coins. So it's like, yeah, I don't like. I personally don't understand any of this stuff. I would never want to use it. Don't even care about it. But you know, people will, you know, eat this stuff up like it's you know, oh my god, I'm breaking free of the system, man. You just got to jump on the Dogecoin, bro. Elon Musk was jumping up and down about it. You know, and people are just gonna eat it up and think they're gonna, I guess, escape this reality or something with these with this money or something. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's just it's just so dumb in my opinion. It's just so stupid. It's like it's obvious what it is. It's like, yeah, it's just 100% control of you. I mean, they're just gonna shut your money down. I know you can convert it into cash and stuff, but I mean, they're already showing you this is the way of the future. You know what I mean?
I mean, you just look how they set this up, and it's just like you have this idea of like brokers and like the high stakes and like adult like stress and to do with like trading stocks and everything. And then this is what they want common people doing. Hey, put your real money that is already fake, but you can actually do something with, put that into these things because look, it's green. Remember how green is good, guys? Remember from school, green, good? Well, look, green, do this, it's good. Green, do this, it's green. Do the one that has the funny picture. Ooh, Kraken. Ooh, cool. Krakens are cool. Oh, do you like that idea of like a big octopus? Remember from uh Pirates of the Caribbean? Remember that? Yeah, put some money in it. Because remember, Pirates of the Caribbean, good. Good Disney, good. Green, it's green. Go ahead, do it. Like that's what people are basing these things off of. Why have all this flash and these colors? There's a psychological component to all of that, to the names, to their logos, the slaps in the face with their it's like putting ether in the word. It's just a slap in your face. It's like
Yeah.
people have no idea that that's like a legitimate thing. That the ether is still something that's being harvested to this day and used without our knowledge. It's why the sky above our heads is not owned by us. If we own a piece of property, own in quotations, we don't own the sky above us, we don't own the land beneath us. But the ether is harvestable, it's energy. And to put it on this fake coin and have it be popular. And it's like, how dumb is humanity to dump their money into these things to make them a real thing? It's like that's how much this is a litmus test for how much we want to escape the easy way out. So all these people who want to escape the easy way out, they're going to be the first ones signing up to the Neuralinks. They're going to be the first ones signing up to the smart cities that say you don't have to go to work anymore. Your work is going to be on the computer, you know, with your meta glasses on. That you're going to do that for 4 hours, and then the rest of the time you can go into the meta social network and the meta you can go down and watch a meta movie at the meta theater. And there's going to be ads unless you want to pay some credits to skip the ads. It's like it's a Musk slop. Oh, I don't want to see this ad again. I ate Musk slop 3 days this week. What else is it? Skip 5 credits deposited. It's like shit. Like what are we going to? This look. I have this. It's just people that think that these smart cities are a good idea. Which, by the way, we in case people don't know, there's already multiple smart cities up. I know Dubai. It's like who the hell thought about Dubai up until like 5 years ago? You have all Andrew Tate making it super popular, and now they're even though they're the evil Middle East. Oh, they're near the Middle East. Ooh, they're the evil oil barons and the rich evil government and terrorists. But nowadays it's like, oh no, now they're now Trump's having them run their golfing events in the US. Now there's going to be new, you know, potentially new football leagues. There's already a new golf league. There's going to be probably new brands of sports, all owned by these people who pay, of age or, barely of age streamers and people who want to have a a social media presence to come over there for 10 G's and get shit and pissed on. And that's the currency they're working with. Money doesn't exist to them. They're not on that fake fiat that they'll hand you your fake dollars to go back to America and pretend it never happened. But you know that's never going away. It's like letting some like inbred paraplegic sheik do whatever he wants to you for a couple of nights for 20 G's when money, couldn't you understand that if someone's willing to do that, that money doesn't exist? Can't you understand that? Like the fact that this stuff goes on, that is the perfect indicator that money does not truly exist in the way we think about it. And that's not to say that I don't think, humanity requires some sort of fair trade currency type of thing, but I digress. Yeah, I don't know exactly. I know Dubai. Let's type in Dubai. I mean, you're going to see it. It's like that's another slap in the face too, is that people think that the Middle East is like archaic and old and like trashy clay, like never got there type of place. No, they are not. No, they're not. They have better infrastructure than we have already, and they're building on top of a different civilization that was very advanced, very, very advanced. And just like everywhere else, they destroy the technology that was there before, and now they're building on top of it. And obviously, they're known for their oil reserves. And I'm of the ilk that I think oil is basically infinite. There's no point in calculating it. It's like who's out there calculating how much ocean there is? Like, what's the point?
Yeah, I remember looking at Dubai back in like 2009. I was researching because the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building. So we were researching that at the time. I was like 14, 15. I'm like, look at this upcoming city. I was looking at this over half my life ago now. I'm like, look at this upcoming city. Look at this place. I'm like, world's tallest buildings here. I'm like, why is it here? What is this place? Because I didn't really you didn't hear much about this place till then. I was still kind of young, but um, I was just looking at this building and I'm just like, man, I'm looking at Dubai. I'm like, you know, we're supposedly the best. We're so advanced. We're number one over here. And I look at this place. I'm like, damn.
Tower of Babel, anybody? Let me just, for reference, before I'm called crazy. Where is a good one? Because there's plenty of that depicted in this like perfect conical shape, and then there's lots of them I've seen that show like the I say that and then I can't find one. Similar to like how this has like little steps here and here, like little bulging spots like that. I've seen a lot of Tower of Babel pictures, or at least maybe the one I most resonate with is one that looked like that, and now I just can't find a picture of it. But that's how I see the Tower of Babel, was like almost exactly like this. Like you have 3-cylinder bases that led up, and like every once in a while you'd have like a district here and a district here and a district up and up and up you go. It wasn't just like a big like similar to like a power plant, like a nuclear power plant. You know how they all have that like convex shape? Or I guess these are more cylindrical, conical, but yeah, that's really weird. One of the more famous pictures that I remember of a depiction of the Tower of Babel had it like parts. It was like built in parts, not like just all one shape all the way up. But I can't find that. Anyway, but still, it's same concept. It's this whole playing God, building the biggest, tallest thing, reaching the highest point. And what do you think they're doing up there? Nothing? You think they want it up there for no reason? We just talked about ether. We just talked about, we could talk about electrical energy. We could talk about lightning rods and certain things like that. And it'd be a long. I mean, there's the Kobe symbol. I don't know if you know this, but this was basically his brand's symbol, Kobe. Huh. Well, I guess they have a mosque nearby that's literally built exactly like the Tower of Babel, so I don't think I'm too far off. But
Yeah,
yeah,
this place up and coming. I mean, this place is just phenomenal when you look at it. I mean, everything about it is just like booming.
and it's all on the backs of you know the land. I don't think they came through and developed all of this. I think that this is all here from a previous civilization, and they had the framework, and all they have to do now is implement using the technology that they inherited to, you know, wrangle the land. And I mean, just like if you were to pick a place, holy crap! Like, say you were in a video game building, would you go and like do what the Great Wall people did? Oh, let's build on the mountains.
Yeah.
No, look at this flat, perfect scape. And have you ever heard of Dubai? Well, actually, they did flood. I was gonna say they're a bit close to the ocean. That's the only problem. But yeah, they actually did flood. But I think even then, it wasn't it called like a once in a type event? Isn't it like never supposed to happen and it happened? And obviously, we talk about weather control here. There was obvious weather control. Zach did an incredible decode on this. But yeah, Dubai flooded, and I don't think they're supposed to flood. Like literally, I don't think they're. Oh no, no, it was admitted to being rain made. That's right. That's right. Never mind me talking conspiracy. This isn't conspiracy. This was in Dubai is one of the ones that like admits openly. You know, there are a lot of places that admit it openly, but they do so in this like weird way that makes you think that it's not sophisticated, like it's not something that has bigger impacts like hurricanes and disasters. Well, here you go. Here's an admitted cloud seeding experiment that this is how they get all of their rain since their fake inception. This is how they've been getting their rain. Well, they also flooded themselves out, which is also weird because we talked in our like a while back about when we were talking about weather control, how one of the first stories of cloud seeding has to do with that. How like a rich king or something paid or rich person paid this guy to cloud seed because he promised he could make it rain, and then it flooded, and then subsequently that happened. That literal story that's like a fairy tale happened in California, a literal town. It was like Sacramento or something or somewhere near there where this town paid this guy to cloud seed, and he did, and it destroyed the town. It literally flooded the crap out of their town, and they never ended up paying him. It's the same exact story as like a folklore tale happened in like actual modern-ish times. But yeah, there's several instances now of flooding being caused by cloud seeding and weather control. And this is like, oh, but they're in caves being terrorists. That's what all the Middle East is about. They don't have the technology. It's like, oh well, they're broadcasting to all your TVs in America, so their caves might probably have better high speed internet than you do. You know, but yeah, obviously perception and reality are two very different things. And once you can break out of the programming that you see on TV and realize that, you know, I'm sure it's the same for them, people's perception of America, but it's almost like America's the most self-deprecating country, I think, because I think on average people do think what other people think of us. Whereas you go to China, I bet they're like, "What the hell are you talking about? We're nothing like that." Whereas when we hear like descriptions of America, we're like, "No, yeah, 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 yep, that's us." Yeah, we got this whole Florida section of the world where it's just like constantly nuts, and like, yeah, the whole middle is just like no one cares. It's just who knows what's going on there. We got corn or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just amazing how things are over there on that side of the world, like, and just around the world, like just how many things, like we were saying, it's just amazing. And then, yeah, we're just look how many things are in China, and people want to, diss China. It's like, if you've ever been there, go to the Great Wall of China, go check it out. Tell me what you think. Like,
Just just insane. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But yeah, speaking, I think we got to this point talking about the 15-minute cities that have been planned, and it's like, do you understand that like 15-minute cities are a World Economic Forum, Bilderberg, that whole elite, um that's in their agenda, is to put us in these smart cities, for our own benefit and for the benefit of the world. So to more highly monitor the quality of our water, food, and our waste, so that we're not being so spread out with all these different systems that fail. And they'll tell you all these things that sound great. They sound good. It's like, that's probably something similar. We should be doing that, but not under the leadership of tyranny. Not under the leadership, and then that may be impossible. But I'd rather it be impossible and never happen, and we all get swept away, than us to serve as this underclass for these elites to build the infrastructure that they need to get out on the day of reckoning. That it's like, it's not even just out of like revenge or anything, or like disdain. It's out of pride. It's like, not evil pride, but like a sense of like moral pride, that we have a duty to do better, to for that's the other thing too, is like, we should just, if on average people were just good, we would be in such a better spot, because we would see things that are bad and do something about them. But because we're so disconnected, and the you think about like when you see something good, how how it feels so rare. Like, oh wow, that person actually ran out and got that person's thing flying in the wind. 99 out of 100 times a group of people would just watch it fly away. Maybe they'd even laugh at the person. And this is just an example, but you know what I mean?
yeah,
Whereas people aren't even willing to do like the small kindnesses. Not to say that kindness is the most important thing. It's a thing. I don't think it's I think logic and reason and all these things are highly important, but just you know you don't need to prop up your fellow man, but I think you do need to prop yourself up, and not in a satanistic way, but in a giving a good example, setting a good example. So, so we stop talking about being intelligent as dumb. And so we stopped, although they have kind of done that with the word smart. Smart does not mean what people think it means. And smart does not mean intelligent either. That isn't, those two words are very different. When a wealthy person or an affluent person calls you smart, take offense. They're not meaning it nicely to you. Smart is basically them calling you dumb. Um, but yeah, intelligence should be propped up. Not to say that it's needed to be a good human or anything like that, or that to make a good nurturing mother, that role needs to be. Not everything needs everything. But the fact that we demonize different sections of what it means to be a human, it's like no guy is gonna know how to be a mom. You know what I mean? An actual like mother. They'll know how to rear a child in certain ways, and we should hold up those things until we get it right, and then we should encourage those trending things to our fellow man. But just different examples like that. We're so disconnected to where it's not our. I don't think it's our responsibility to get us all out, like each person's responsibility to get as many people out of this as possible. I think it's our responsibility to work on it ourselves and be a good example for other people to so at some point it becomes a loftier goal for the average person to be kind, intelligent, and have these goals for humanity rather than just be a drain, want to be cool, want to be, all these shallow things, which is definitely where we're at right now. We are in that. My whole life we've been in that. I would say just the end of the 90s is the last time I saw it like more common of people just being normal people and on average, kind and normal. Now it's just so abnormal.
Yeah, and you brought up a great point. I thought the last episode too. How we're kind of getting to this point. Um, kind of like like you're saying how scary even things you know are going with like the Teslas and the Tesla trucks and how they're pushing this. How they're um, really making this stuff happen. You said something where these people are probably getting paid. You know, getting money under the table, getting paid, getting incentives or something, or there's something else going on. I think that's exactly what it is. And I think this is what's going to be on the trend continuing forward is, this type of behavior where, to get people pushed into this stuff anyway, in any, because people that, if this is the way you want to go, they'll help you get there. If you reach your arm out, they'll reach for you, they'll extend for you because, you're, you know, whatever you're pushing, whatever you're into. But, um, you're right. It's, we are so disconnected. And I agree, like the 90s, early 2000s, everything just seemed normal. Everything just seemed normal. Everything just seemed in balance. There was a harmony, it was, now today it's just, I mean, it's like who's, the 90s, early 2000s, you never think someone's going to want to, be driving a cyber truck or think that's attractive. Now look at people just eating that up. It's just what they've done to people, how they've it just, we're so disconnected, like on so many levels, but we're so disconnected from just like what we used to be not even that long ago. It's just amazing. Like it's, you just don't see, people used to, even me, I used to get together with people. We did stuff, we were, um, we had little football games outside and stuff. We were doing stuff outside. There was people outside. There was life. It's been gone for so long now. But it's weird that people don't even like. Now you just don't see none of that no more. You don't see, um, and I think a big thing too. People don't look at, to me, kind of more of a targeting aspect. Like on America too, because you look at other countries and they have, you know, pretty good like social groups and stuff, pretty good social structure overall. I mean, yeah, nowhere's as good as it used to be, but it's, it's still pretty good. And there still is like people doing stuff and coming together. And that, here in America, we don't have anything, no one in America is doing that. We're not doing that. And I think that is, a huge, just another reason, like I said, we look outward at these countries, like, oh, China is just this shitty place. It just sucks. It's, these people can't do nothing. Their stuff is garbage. We're the best. We're number one. It's like Trump, I'm the best, and then you just look at this total just lie, this fraud, this deception. And, you look at the other places like China and how many amazing things are, how many amazing things are in Asia, Dubai and, you know, um, Mount Everest, there's tigers, there's all kind of things out there. So, that we don't have here, and, like, um, Africa and other places, South America, and you look at America, you just, they're telling you we're the best, we're the greatest. Just you constantly to see how below par we are compared to everywhere else. You just see we're just so far behind. And like I said, the social structure, um, other places they have groups, they have people coming together. There's people doing stuff. here in America, you don't have that. You know, I see like, you know, and it's just weird where everyone is at, you know, to push this stuff, you know, to get them to do it. It's just like you said, how it's scary, all the Teslas you see and everyone getting one right now. And, um, you know, in the cyber trucks and just this weird world. And, you know, nobody would have wanted this, you know, 20, 30 years ago. They just thought that's stupid, that's dumb, you know, I don't want to do that. But now they've gotten people to embrace it. But like I said, I think the big reason, you know, people in America and why we're so far behind over here is, like I said, we don't have that, you know, that social structure like other countries do. And I think that's why you see so much disconnect and why people are so um just so fucked up in the way they are. It's just, you know, America's just been dissected. You know, it's just been dissected in so many ways, and it's just what they've done to people. You know, what they've done to um, the youth in just such a short amount of time.
Yeah, and you know, they say like social change it is like, I can't remember how they define it, but or not define it, but they say it's like it's only like one generation away in order to actually change the social dynamic. You just need to change, you know, one generation of kids, and that'll affect, you know, how they raise their kids and how they move through the life enough to enact, you know, a la like World War II, the end of World War II, and that breed of human compared to like the 70s is like, whoa, you know, or just jump to the Vietnam War since these are involved with like wars. It's like that that type of human that was like, oh, I see, you know, I'll just I say I got the paper here. Oh, ooh, hey, you want to go down to the pharmacy and get me some talc? You know, it's like, ooh, pick me up a comb. It's just like weird, the things you looked forward to and like cared about. Um, you know, turns into, you know, sexual revolution and what transpired? One generation of children. One generation of children that were raised, you know, more so by the state than by their own parents. That's all it took, and there's no going back now. Now that ripple effect is you're never gonna have it swing back to all of a sudden, hey, you know, we should start raising kids the way they were raising them back when they were still pooping in wooden little houses. Nobody thinks that way. You know who thinks that way? Me. I honestly that's one of my biggest hurdles. I think I gotta try to figure out how to convince people, or in my own world, is like I have this theory about flushing the toilet. It's not a theory, it's just like a thought process where I can't stand it. It's so scary to me that we trust flushing a toilet in the system that we're told that we have right now. I'm like, I would much rather dig my own outhouse and take care of it and do all that stuff and dig my own like septic system, you know, and do it in a more natural way. I even have like pictures of how I would do it and plan it out and stuff like that. But it's so scary to me. And yeah, I hate the idea of flushing toilets and like how often we do it. And there's just no, we have no knowledge about what actually happens about it and what it actually means, but we just do it. And anyway, I did notice on this list here, this is good news for me. Hopefully, I'll be out of the city here very shortly. Um, but yeah, I'll have to talk about this some other time because, you know, I talked to my son about this kind of stuff a lot. My son that you met when we were pounding pavement in Portland was Zach, and just that trip to downtown with him I was able to teach him so much because I'm like, okay, this is now even new to me. Every time I come downtown, it's more drastically different than the last time I came down here. And they're shutting down all these buildings because of Antifa. You know, it was all boarded up, and, you know, all the buildings, just like I read something, it's like 75-80% of all the buildings downtown are unoccupied or for lease. Hello? What is so what are they doing? What are people doing down there? And then you realize like that we were right across the street from Pioneer Courthouse Square. that is like, I'm telling you, man, there's all that loud music coming from it, and it's like a concert venue now. And it's been certain different things. It's been 2 different schools. It's like actually the first school ever in Oregon was there. The history of Pioneer Courthouse Square is crazy, but also like the grid system around it. Once you see that, you're like, oh shit. Like, yeah, we shouldn't be going and like letting them harvest our energy there. That's like these things are like strategic points in urban areas that we shouldn't be, without knowing. I mean, just look at, it's almost like a little mini Olympics. You have, you know, how many homeless people and beggars right outside of this people where there's also people filing in who are, well enough to do to afford shitty tickets to just go spend your shitty night at a shitty venue to listen to shitty music and buy shitty stuff for jacked up prices. Meanwhile, there's like naked people outside pushing a cart around and are dirt poor and like on drugs, and you just ignore them and you walk in and go behind the black plastic fences to pretend that they don't exist outside, like the South American Olympics have done, like the Rio de Janeiro Olympics, how much money funneled in to do the Olympics, yet they have the literal favelas right outside where people have been destitute and poor for who knows how long and with no help and with no but let's just have a gaudy gala right next to them. Let's tell them to move a little bit. In fact, you're kind of in the way. Can you it's just cardboard. Can you just pick it up and move it a little bit? And for the next month or so, can you at least, stop pooping in the streets just for a little while? Poop in your houses. So it's like you get that little like mini version of that in Portland just to, you get to come down and see how it really is. But anyway, like I was saying, I was showing my son and even where I live in Southeast Portland, I've been noticing what they call gentrification. And I had no idea that we were on this list, by the way. I'm just finding this out, but now it's just like I have all these synapses firing because I've been sitting here talking to my son about how I can tell that they are repurposing things and that this next version of Portland is not going to be for common people. And then I find out that we're on a 15-minute city list. And I'm like, oh, well, there you go. They plan on moving us somewhere, probably deeper into the heart of Portland. And all these outskirt Portland areas are that greater metro area is going to be, developed land and resource gathering. Oh, and what else are they doing right now in Portland? Oh, the United States Geological Survey? Oh, that's going on right now? And we're on the list for 15-minute cities? I wonder if that has any correlation. Probably not. Probably not. That probably has nothing to do with that. They probably just want to move us out into like the already mined downtown urban areas because they want the best for us. Okay. They want us drinking the Willamette water. That's just, they installed the big pipe. I don't know if you heard about that, but that's like been our most recent, maybe not even most recent at this point. It feels recent, but I don't pay enough attention. But it was supposed to like do some huge help for the Willamette River because it's been pretty nasty all my life. I used to even wakeboard in it, and it was always gross. Still, the side note, I was wakeboarding one time with my stepdad back in the day, and I had biffed it, and so he was bringing the jet ski back around to grab me, and in that time, on a wakeboard, the wakeboard floats, so you have a life jacket that floats, and the wakeboard floats, so you're like sitting like you're in a recliner position with a recliner all the way back, and you're just floating there. Holy crap, dude! A sturgeon came up for air, which I don't know if people know that, but like sturgeons, like most fish, they have to come up, they have to breathe. Certain fish don't actually need to come up, but sturgeons do that often come up to the top, to the surface to get air and go back down, because otherwise they're like mostly bottom feeders. So they rarely do it. They're almost always on the bottom of the river. But this massive sturgeon came up and like rubbed up against me. And then my point being is the water is really murky. It's dirty water, but it got close enough to me for me to like see it go by. This sturgeon was massive. Like to me, I don't care how big it was. The sturgeons are big to begin with, but just seeing that, like, feel it, and then it hurt. It bumped into me. It hurt me. It was sharp. These sturgeons are like sharp, thick fish, and that was just anyway. I just wanted to share that because it was like it was insane. I was like, what are the odds? What are the odds that I'm out here in the one spot in the Willamette that this fish was already traveling up and being like, yeah, right there is where I'm going to go up to the water, and I just happened to be sitting there, the only person in the Willamette River at that time, like literally the only person actually in the water, and there's just a sturgeon who just happens to be there. Like, I always thought that was really weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, to my point, the Willamette's always been nasty. But yeah, they've been making these changes to the greater, the Portland area and the surrounding areas. And now I have a greater insight as to why, and I plan on looking into this and seeing what they've implemented so far. Because one thing for sure they've implemented is the recriminalization of fentanyl. So I'm sure that has something to do with this whole thing. Because now, if you want to get your government mandated quiet juice or whatever, you're going to have to go live in the compounds deeper into the city. You can't just be living out on the streets. Anyway, theories, whatever. But yeah, I do see we're at the just breached the 4-hour mark, and I will say, because I don't pay for StreamYard, closing up here within the next like 10-15 minutes would be ideal. That way we have about 4.5 hours for our last episode, because our last episode is still going to be this month, and you only get 20 hours a month to record. So I know that's a stupid thing to say in the video, but I forgot to mention it earlier. So if we can get this around 4:30 or 4:20, so we'll have a good amount for next episode still.
Yeah, I guess kind of finishing up. We talked about quite a bit of things here tonight. Yeah, I mean, like we were saying, I guess my ending point was kind of be, what I think is kind of seems to be the way, I guess, things have maybe happened, or where things are since 2020, and kind of like, I think the vibe they have us in, maybe. Because I mean, it's obvious, I go out too, I go out to Seattle, around here and stuff, and nothing's been the same since 2020. Um, the way people are, just the way things are, and to me, nothing's been the same since 2017, but especially since 2020, and they've broken everybody down right now, and and like I said, America is, it's the target. It's like, especially with these storms, you see them, they go up the coast and they'll crash into United States, they'll hit Texas, Florida. They're not really hitting Mexico and stuff. I always say, the United States is the target, and it's perfect because the rest of the world, they're all way ahead of us, they're all doing better, and we're literally in last place in almost everything. So people you know following the orange cloud and ever thinking that oh, he's going to help us out or something, or they don't really see the world for what it is. And it's a shame because we're told that we're the best and we're number one and everything's so great. But if people just took a look around the world and just saw what's out there, you don't have to. I've never been out of the country, but you can research what's out there. I mean, you can go there yourself. Like I said, look at these things. You can do the research, but um, and then some people, they'll say something stupid, like they'll say, "Oh, I don't care about that because it's not here. I only care about America, man. I don't care about all that. I don't care about the rest of the world." Like, "Oh, it's stupid" or something. But no, it all matters. And like I said before, Asia and like China and like that part of the world is like, Dubai and stuff and everything out there. Africa and South America. These are like my favorite places in the world. There's so many places that I do like looking at and enjoy, researching, because you just see how amazing their stuff is, or what they have, compared to us. And I think the biggest thing is going to be, you know, like I said, America just doesn't have any. We don't have those social groups, and I think we need to get those, and we need to be more like other countries. And I think the biggest thing too is that, people are just going to have to self improve. We're going to have to just, everyone's going to have to do better. We always have to find a way to somehow do better, and um, just kind of do what we can, because otherwise, these other people are just gonna, like I said, what I think's going on is they're just getting paid to, and incentives, to go along with the agenda. Get a Tesla, get a Cybertruck, promote Elon Musk and the Neuralink, and you know, contact lenses. It'll be videos and pictures and stuff. That's just what the world's just gonna be, and people are gonna do that. But there's gonna be, I think, that shift, that point where people are maybe push one way or another, especially with the merger of the digital currency. And I think it's all going to be um, part of a massive push. And I think it's going to kind of go, who knows, how far they can, it's like Elon Musk and the dark mega, retard. Just,
Mhm.
you just don't know what they're going to do to people, and how people are going to be sucked in, especially with Trump. And Um, I see someone threw a cell phone at him or something stupid. There's a cell phone, or someone threw at the clown or something and tried to hit him. But yeah, it's just stupid. But yeah, that's what it's going to be. I think. I think it's going to be a huge part of Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. The technology, these mergers. They got to happen. And this is, digital currency. They're, like we said, they're obviously pushing us there. So there's nothing to, you know, hide about that. I mean, and they've told you this for a long time, and it still hasn't happened. So it's got to be coming soon. And um, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Like I said, Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. It's right there on the guidestones. I mean, top to bottom. I mean, that's what we're looking at. They're telling you what it's going to be. And um, like I said, it's 2025 is going to be a real interesting year. I mean, I think it's going to be. Um, I think it's going to be the key year moving forward. If it's not like the big year, it's going to be like a key year moving forward. Like, I just think, we're just going to have something, you know, I don't know, some kind of coming together, but it's not like we think. Or people, like I said, people are just got to find a way to do better, to reconnect. I mean, I think that's what it comes down to. The disconnect is, while this has happened, people are just disconnected. And you know, we just got to bring back the connection, and be like other countries, and just try and find a way to do better. I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, you make a good point too, because it's like 2025. Apart from it, you know, the agendas they've put in motion. It is the quarter centennial, and they love their like weird anniversaries. Every 10 years, or every 100 years, every 50 years, and obviously the quarter of a century is going to be it's going to mark something for sure. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of the things infrastructure wise start to take effect. You're talking about us being behind all these other countries. You're absolutely right. And where are we behind mostly? Our infrastructure. You look
Yeah.
at, we're still using, old railways and old forms of transportation, old inlets, old dams, old waterways. And what do you think that they do in order to, what do you think they just, when is the last time that, what did they do to Katrina? Did they just say, "Oh, hey, we should fix that"? No, they destroyed it and the town around it so that they had a reason, and a federally funded reason to not only tax you further, make you pay for it, but to build what they wanted to build there. And, these things don't happen. So be prepared. People who live next to, you know, these the certain things like dams and large scale power stations and stuff like that. And then, everybody else, it's like, be prepared for, this eventual grid to go down. And we can joke about it all we want, But America's not on some big generator like you could do at your house. You can put things on a generator. Where America's not on it. You know, I live in Portland here, and we had power outages not too long ago, and it's even happened since the one I'm thinking about. And parts of Portland were without power, just Portland, the greater Portland, like the normal Portland area. The literally you could go down a few blocks and they got power. But there was a certain parts of Portland that were without power for over like 2 or 3 weeks. Just imagine how much that will change your life. Like,
Yeah.
obviously not as much as what happened in Asheville. I'm not trying to compare that, but be prepared for something like that. If you don't think that that's going to throw your world through a loop, okay. Well, don't be prepared. Don't have any backup plans. Don't have any systems in place for the event for that eventuality. Keep thinking these things are a joke. You know, the and trust me, I don't want that. I much rather people prepare and be ready for this. I don't know. I'm lagging again right now, but I guess that's a good sign to wrap this thing up. But
We're at the
yeah,
4th mark.
yeah, I know. Yeah, Uh, yeah. So yeah, people be prepared. Don't think you're not. You don't think you can't be a statistic. That's what we all are until we aren't, until we get out of this system and break free from it. We're all potentially a statistic in their test. So be prepared, be smart, and yeah, I think we'll leave that there. Any suggestions for next episode, feel free to leave an email in the non-laggy part of the video down here, and or leave a comment and we'll get back to you. And until next week, it's Logan signing out. Peace, Austin.
Peace.